So Lori, would you do the roll call, please?
Commissioner Golden,
I'm here.
Commissioners Targ and Haskell are not present yet. Vice Chair Koff-Sill. Here. Chair Taylor.
Present. Thank you. All right, so let's start the meeting. So I'd like to open it up to oral communication. This is the opportunity for anybody in the public to address the commission. Anything that you want to discuss tonight, we can't have a discussion, we will listen. And if it's appropriate, we might schedule it for a future meeting. So are there any public comments? See one hand up, Caroline Vertagen. Go ahead, Caroline.
Good evening, Chair and Commission members of the Commission. Can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Great, thank you. So I do have a question or several questions, and I hope they will be addressed this evening. As you saw on the public comments, I still don't have an answer from ASCC, and so perhaps it's the Planning Commission that can answer this question. Since both items on the calendar are regarding CUPs. So who does the oversight? It was my understanding that ASCC, because I've had meetings where I attended regarding the Priory, and they were questioning, you know, some conditions that were in the CUPs, and now they say that they don't have oversight and that it's the Planning Commission. Can you answer that, or?
So Carolyn, this is oral communication. So this is just an opportunity to address things that aren't on the agenda. So it seems like what you're bringing up might be appropriate when we discuss the Priory CUP later this evening.
No, but it's important to know because of the Neely Winery. So that is a question that has been addressed to the Planning Commission, to the AACC, and it's not been answered, even addressed to Town Council and other staff members. Regarding the Neely, I hope we will have clarification on the sewer or septic, and if it's 32 vehicles or 32 visitors. And then also I have some comments regarding the traffic report, where you have
So Caroline, this is
Yes.
stuff that's on the agenda tonight. So please save your comments for when we get to the public hearing. This is not
that is
appropriate
under
for oral
condition that we can
communications.
speak, but
Excuse
most
me.
of the time. Okay, all right, I will wait my turn, but if I don't get to speak, then I will address it again by mail.
That's fine, but we'll give you time when we get to the public hearing. It's just this oral communications are things that aren't on the agenda for tonight, and those two are both on the agenda. So I'll make sure to look for you when we get to the public hearings. All right, Christy Corley. Welcome, Christy.
Hello, thank you. I want to thank the Planning Commission for your volunteer time to be on this committee and give valuable advisory input on building and planning for our town. SB 9 has a serious implication for our town of Portola Valley. Therefore, the SB 9 urgent ordinance presented to the town council will have long-term implications. I don't understand how the Planning Commission is not involved with the process to review, reflect, give input to the SB 9 urgent ordinance being presented to the town council on December 8th. If the SB 9 urgent ordinance was brought to the Planning Commission tonight, the Planning Commission would have a discussion and input, and the public would hear the discussion and also be given the opportunity to have input. Yet both the Planning Commission and the public are not a part of the process tonight or to date, as far as I know. Residents want to have an opportunity to weigh in. It's my understanding that the Planning Commission's primary role, as its name implies, is to plan. A planning commission is a body of citizens that serve within the local government, acting as an advisory group to the municipal governing body on issues of policy related to planning, land use regulation, and community development. Community development involves community input. The residents were not given the opportunity to hear the Planning Commission opinion on the urgent ordinance 7 days prior to the council vote. I think it's just the right thing to do, to keep all parties involved and to make them feel a part of the process. I urge you all to speak up, know your opinion is valued, and keep the public involved in discussions that will affect the residents' lives as long as we live in Portola Valley. We love this town, and that's why we moved here. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Christy. Is there any more oral communication? All right, so seeing none, let's move on. So there are 2 public hearings tonight, one for the wine tasting proposal from Spring Ridge, and then another one, which is the Priory, and looking at their CUP. But what we'll do is we'll start with Neely Winery proposal, and then we'll take a 5-minute break, and then we'll basically start up with the Priory CUP discussions. So with that, is there a staff report?
There is, thank you. Just a moment while I share my screen. Okay, can everyone see that okay?
Yes.
It's a little cut off for me.
Oh, right. It's too big.
So big.
That's a new one.
That is a new one.
If it's zoomed somehow.
Hmm.
There we go.
Is that better?
Yep.
Better, yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. Good evening, Chair, members of the Planning Commission, and members of the public. I'm Laura Russell, Planning and Building Director, and we are here again this evening to review the CUP amendments for the Neely Winery, 555 Portola Road, also known as Spring Ridge. So many of you have been involved, but in case anyone is new to this conversation, the applicant originally submitted a request for the CUP amendments back in December of 2018. And then there were a series of preliminary reviews that happened in April, November, and December of 2019 and February of 2020. Then we had to pause review of this application due to the pandemic, and then we resumed the environmental review and came back to the Planning Commission for public hearings on November 3rd and November 17th. At those meetings, the Planning Commission received presentations from staff and the applicant, received extensive public comments, deliberated, reached consensus on some things, had questions on other things, and provided staff some specific recommendations and comments to integrate into the findings and the terms and conditions. So we're back here again this evening to look at those revised materials for the Planning Commission's consideration. So there have been some updates from the applicant since the November 17th Planning Commission meeting. They have adjusted their hours for wine tasting so that they'd be open 1 Sunday per month. So this was a compromise between immediately adjacent neighbors that wanted them to potentially be closed all the time on Sunday, and other community members that wanted to be able to visit the winery sometimes on the weekends, on Sunday in particular. They also expanded the hours and occupancy on the other days of the week to balance some of that out. And so that proposal is detailed within the staff report. They also included a request for the number of reservation slots for each day to be adjusted periodically so that they can move some of those things around depending on their operational needs. So the Planning Commission should consider that and weigh in on that. They've clarified the number of staff for on-site events and then specified out the number of musicians. So this was in response to the Planning Commission's request to have clarity on the number of staff members or non-visitors that would be present at the site. And then at the neighbor's request, the applicant has added a commitment not to request additional evening events for at least 3 years. So we wanted to highlight some of the things from a staff point of view that we wanted to draw the Planning Commission's attention to. So that's specifically to that proposal to be open 1 Sunday per month and the offsetting occupancy during the other hours and other days, particularly a new request for Wine Club Wednesday with hours until 7:30. Second, that proposal that I just mentioned to have the slots available to be adjusted periodically without full Planning Commission review. And you'll recall that there was quite a bit of discussion about limiting visitor access to different portions of the property at different times and under different circumstances. So staff has attempted to draft conditions of approval to meet that discussion that Planning Commission had last time. So we'd appreciate your particular feedback on those conditions, which are 9, 16, and 31. So the resolution has been updated a couple of times as we've moved through this process. It's included as attachment 1 to the staff report. It includes findings for approval and the draft terms and conditions. So the commissioners were generally in agreement with the basis of the findings 1 through 6. And so that's included there for your consideration. In regard to finding number 7, there seemed to be consensus that the finding could be made in the affirmative, but the Planning Commission expressed different reasoning or different basis for that and whether the finding applies to the project or not. And the resolution includes findings for granting the amendment to the conditional use permits to allow the wine tasting and events, and also for the architectural and site development review for the site improvements. So the draft terms and conditions are included there. It includes the architectural and site development permit as well, since the Planning Commission is the approval body for that. So it includes the conditions that were recommended by the ASCC also. And then earlier today, the applicant provided suggested wording for 3 of the conditions. So that language was sent to the Planning Commission this afternoon and was included with the public comments that were available on the website. And I would expect that the applicant will go into some detail on those in their presentation. Public notice was sent to a 1,000-foot radius of the site 10 days before the public hearing on November 3rd. And the public hearing was continued at each of those meetings up until tonight. As you know, we've received numerous public comments since the project was originally submitted. All of those comments are available on the town website. And we've been providing the new ones to the Planning Commission for the last couple of meetings and posting those as they are available on the website as well. The project was found to be exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act under section 15303 of the CEQA guidelines relating to construction and conversion of new small facilities or structures. As you'll recall that there were several technical reports and studies that were prepared in order to substantiate that. So we found that they would not have any impacts in those areas. And so there was some discussion at previous meetings about that analysis. So staff recommends that the Planning Commission consider the application, hear any additional public comments, and consider adopting the resolution, finding the project exempt under CEQA, and approving the amendments to the 2 conditional use permits in the architectural and site development review of the site modifications. Of course, the Planning Commission could adjust any of those terms and conditions or any of that finding language that thinks would be appropriate in order to make those findings or to approve those terms and conditions. If for some reason the commission wishes to deny the request, then we would ask that you provide staff with that rationale and information so that we could draft the appropriate resolution and findings. So that concludes our brief presentation this evening. We'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Laura. Are there any questions, clarifying questions on the staff report?
Not for me.
No. Okay. So do we have an applicant presentation?
Yes, we do.
Okay,
Yes, we do.
go ahead, Lucy.
Thank you, Chair Taylor. Good evening, commissioners, staff, and community members. Thanks everyone for being here again, and thanks especially to the commissioners and to the chair and to staff for your support in moving this along. Yeah, so since the last meeting, our proposal and the terms and conditions continued to evolve somewhat. I'd say we decelerated a lot. We're much less in flux than we were at the last meeting, but there is a bit more to work out tonight still. And we really hope we can work it out tonight for a vote. We've done a lot of legwork prior to this meeting and discussion amongst ourselves to try and let go of as many things as we can and only bring to this discussion the remaining items that feel like they most need planning commission input. So that's what we're bringing to you tonight. We would really prefer a unanimous vote in support of this amendment. That's what we've been trying for. We feel like we've really tried to work with the commission, particularly the chair and with neighbors. And we hope that what we're proposing tonight and the discussion tonight can result in something that can be unanimously supported. I'm going to first discuss several items that were mentioned in the staff report, and then we'll discuss two more items that were not mentioned in the staff report, but which were included in what was sent out this afternoon. And as Laura Russell mentioned, in total, we're proposing 3 changes to the terms and conditions as they were sent out in the agenda packet last week. One of those changes was an item that was in our latest proposal and was placed in the discussion bucket for this meeting instead of in the terms and conditions. And the other 2 items that we are requesting changes in language to are in response to new language that was in the latest terms and conditions. So I will speak to those, then our legal counsel is also subsequently going to review them briefly while we screen share the language. So as planning staff mentioned, our proposed schedule evolved since the last meeting, and that schedule can be found in the latest agenda packet in the staff report, the terms and conditions, and in our proposal. I want to mention that each draft of the regular schedule that we've presented has in common an overarching weekly maximum of 312 visitors per week, as well as daily maximum visitors and other parameters. And I will try and screen share right now and hope I don't lose my notes that I'm reading. Dad, can you help me out again? Can you screen share this? Sorry.
He didn't say yes.
Dad, you there? I'm sorry,
So
I'm
what
running
wrong-
into this again. My screen share
Okay,
our new
okay.
proposed schedule. It is in those 3 places, so hopefully everyone has access to it, but I just wanted to pull it up for us all to look at in common. So Dad, if you could do that, that would be great. But if everyone just wants to refer to it.
I'm working on it.
Okay. Thanks, everyone.
I'm
So
sending
during the
it
last
to
meeting,
Laura. Sending it to Laura.
oh,
And
this
Lucy,
is like
this is
deja
just-
vu.
Lucy, this is just what's in the
Deja vu.
packet, right?
Yeah, it's just what's in the packet. We just wanted to bring it up so that we could, have it all fresh in front of us. But yeah, it's in the packet in multiple places, like I just said. So during the last meeting, we shared with you an alternative schedule in which we proposed being closed on Sundays and reallocating those hours and visitor numbers throughout the weekdays, with the idea that weekends and Sundays are more precious to the neighbors in the community and weekdays are less precious. So this was a concession in response to our neighbors, and it seemed to be meaningful to them. We proposed last week, and you will see that reflected in the current proposed schedule as well, that we've traded partially being closed on Sundays for being able to be open later on Wednesday evenings, which is very meaningful to us. And in the latest proposed schedule, thank you, whoever screen shared that. Laura, looks like you, thank you. So yeah, in the latest proposed schedule, we're calling that Wine Club Wednesday, and that's how we imagine it being a special time for the wine club. And as we've shared, the wine club is very important. So when we shared this idea of being closed last week, some members of the public, as well as some planning commissioners, expressed concern that this tasting room will in fact be an amenity to our community, and that by being closed on Sundays, it would reduce community members' ability to visit. So in the most recent proposed schedule, we offer another compromise in which we are open on the second Sunday of each month. So you can see that second Sunday. We brought out the alliteration more in this proposed schedule. So as Laura also mentioned for discussion, and we could probably stop screen sharing that now, probably, especially because people know where it is. So as staff mentioned also up for discussion in our latest proposal, in addition to that modified proposal, we are proposing being able to shift daily visitor numbers within parameters without needing to come back for a full planning commission hearing. And this language was included in our proposal, which is in the agenda packet, but it was not yet included in the terms and conditions because it was put in the discussion bucket instead. So part of our thinking there is that, yes, Dad.
Laura, I sent you 2 documents to put on screen sharing. One is for Lucy and the other is the 3 revision items that Matt our attorney will talk about. So whenever Lucy wants them up. The one called presentation is for Lucy. Sorry, everyone.
Thanks, everyone. So with this change that we're proposing about being able to shift visitor numbers, part of our thinking is that one theme that has occurred in the last 4 weeks of this process is the desire to both create unambiguous terms for the CUP, but to not have this process and the CUP overly micromanage our business operation. We've also heard that the Planning Commission would prefer not to see us back particularly soon. And similarly, we'd prefer not to need to come back to the full Planning Commission hearing for what might be relatively normal, non-impactful changes that any business might need to make, especially as they're in their first years of operation and making adjustments as such. So this is new language, and our legal counsel will review it after I speak. And I'd like to describe the parameters that we're describing, and just that we think in our first years of operation, being able to have this flexibility to shift a little in response to what we see as successful or not successful will be really useful. And it will be difficult if we need to come to the Planning Commission every time. So to this end, we're proposing that we may shift the number of visitors allowed on any given day within the following constraints. These overarching limits of no more than 312 regular visitors per week, no more than 60 visitors on a Monday through Thursday, no more than 72 visitors on a Friday, Saturday, and federal holiday, no more than 30 visitors arriving in a single hour, no more than 45 visitors on the tasting room premise at one time, and no more than 32 vehicles at a time at the tasting room, and within the hours described in our most recent proposed schedule. So we're proposing all those as the parameters, and then that we may shift visitor numbers within that. And we would share that information if we do make those shifts with the planning and building director, and it would be posted to the project website, as well as go out to the email distribution list that we've committed to share with our neighbors, and that we wouldn't make these shifts any more than quarterly. One distinction is that we will come back to the Planning Commission if we want to change Sundays to be open more than once a month. So that's another, part of the parameter. And we're also, just to clarify, we're not proposing being able to change hours of operation in this way, just to move around visitors within those parameters and those already articulated hours. And effectively, we're already going to be doing this to some extent, about once or twice a month, because we will need to adjust the daily visitor numbers so that when second Sundays or federal holidays occurred, we stay within the 312 weekly maximum visitors. The staff report also pointed out 3 terms and conditions in CUP 151 that address limiting visitor access to different parts of the property. 2 of these conditions speak to visitors in the lower vineyards that are adjacent to the tasting room premise. Those conditions are number 9, which is page 19 of the agenda packet, and condition number 31 on page 23 of the agenda packet. So as you might recall, there's been a discussion of where visitors may be in the lower vineyards. We are satisfied with how the language is currently in the terms and conditions, in which small guided groups need to stay in the northwest vineyard block, which is farthest away from neighbors. And then we make an effort to minimize visitors in other vineyard blocks. The concern here has been about noise, and condition number 31 also details what will happen in response if noise complaints arise around this situation. We think that this will be a non-issue, and we would prefer to wait and see if this is a problem rather than preemptively managing for something that we don't think will be an issue. So we would like to see the language remain as it is in the terms and conditions. Condition number 16 is on page 21 of the agenda packet and speaks to visitors visiting the winery uphill. We're also satisfied with how the language is currently written in the terms and conditions for this condition. So I might be being presumptuous here or to bring it up, but I thought Chair Taylor might want to discuss it. So I thought we'd just speak to it in our applicant intro. Currently, condition number 16 uses 32 cars on site as the limiting factor, and doesn't say that the maximum of 45 visitors at a time applies to guests that are at the winery. So 45 visitors maximum came from the noise analysis. And our sense is that if the visitors are not on the tasting room premise and are actually up the hill, they wouldn't be contributing to that noise impact. So that's one reason why we think that visitors up the hill should not count to the 45 at the tasting room premise. And then in also just analyzing possible scenarios where this might play out, it feels like having not needing to count the people up the hill could create some operational efficiencies in terms of staffing logistics, as well as just a sense of more spaciousness at the tasting room. So we would prefer for that language to stay as is and have the 32 car limit be the overriding limit there, because the main impact and concern in question, noise, won't be an issue. Also mentioned in the staff report at the neighbor's request, we've agreed to a commitment to not request any additional evening events for at least 3 years. So then the 2 items not in the staff report, both of which we are proposing revised language for in the terms and conditions. One is condition number 30 about private use. And the reason we're bringing this up now is we actually didn't have a chance to review it until it came out in the staff report. And what we saw, so the private use one has been tricky, and it's been a big discussion amongst our family and something we've been grappling with. And where where we've come to about it is that we are fine in terms of the tasting room premise here around the agricultural building. Only engaging in private use gatherings within all of the parameters created by this tasting room condition. But we're very concerned that in the current language in the terms and conditions, it could be read that this also applies to the winery. And it feels very important to us to draw a boundary there, and that this, sense of like, just doesn't move up the hill. It feels like this location at the agricultural building in the proposed meadow preserve is what has been highly sensitive. And we would really like to not have this creep up the hill into our personal domain more. And again, our legal counsel will share this with you as well. And then the last item that I need to discuss with you is one also that just came to our attention from the most recent terms and conditions. It's condition number 25 on page 22 of the agenda packet. It has to do with ongoing review with the Planning Commission. So we feel like this could be read that any complaint, no matter how minor, would bring us to a full Planning Commission hearing. And we think that that might feel excessive. And so we'd like to modify that language to reflect similar language throughout the terms and conditions where the complaint needs to be more substantiated or persistent to merit a full Planning Commission hearing. So that's what I've got. Thank you, Planning Commissioners, for your service to our town and to everyone who's been in this discussion. Thank you very much. And now our legal counsel, Matt Francois, will take it away just to share, and we'll screen share the proposed language that we would like to revise for those 3 particular conditions.
Thank you, Lucy.
Thank you, Lucy, and good evening, Chair Taylor and members of the Planning Commission. I'm Matt Francois with Rattan and Tucker. We're the land use attorneys for the applicant. I want to start, as Lucy mentioned, by sincerely thanking Laura, Cara, and the entire town staff, as well as the commission, for the diligence and hard work that's gone into getting the proposal to this point. I think we sincerely appreciate all the efforts that the chair and Commissioner Golden have made in trying to broker a compromise and reasonable solutions here. And I think you've largely succeeded, and I applaud you for that and thank you for that. The applicant is in general agreement with the detailed terms and conditions that staff has developed, as Lucy mentioned, with 3 exceptions, and those we provided to you earlier today. Lucy has spoken to most of them, so I won't belabor all of them unless you have any questions. I would just note that the first one, in terms of the ability to adjust the reservation slots or the visitor counts each day, that I had a direct conversation with Pomp's attorney, and she requested that those adjustments not be made any more frequently than quarterly. So we've added that language into the condition in response to that concern that was raised by Pomp. In terms of the ongoing review condition, condition 25, I did have an opportunity to speak to the town attorney about that today. And I understand that you may not be embedded with our language of substantial or persistent, but what we're trying to get there, as Lucy mentioned, was that the idea that neither the town nor the applicant want to be in a position where any particular complaint has to go back to the Planning Commission. So if it's not language that it's substantial or persistent, perhaps something like it's determined by the director to warrant Planning Commission review. I think something like that is really what we're going at here. And then in terms of the private use, the entire proposal obviously deals with the tasting room and the ag building in the Meadow Preserve. And the other conditions use the language tasting room premises and define that to mean the ag building, the vineyards, the parking area, and so on. And so we're just using that same language in this condition that's used in other conditions. And just want to close by saying, as you know, the terms and conditions are a finely tuned and balanced document at this point. And both the Planning Commission and the parties have worked very hard to achieve that result. So my only request and ask is that the Planning Commission seriously consider and perhaps refrain from any wholesale changes to the conditions at this point, and that any material changes really be put up for a vote before the entire commission, so that we can try to keep things constrained at this point, given that it is our 7th hearing before this body. And I'd be happy to answer any questions that the chair or the commission members have.
Thank you, Matthew. Is there any more to the applicant presentation?
That concludes the
Just to
application.
say thanks again, just to
So then, if you could stop sharing your screen, Laura, just so we get everybody back. Are there any questions for the applicant? Go ahead, Judith.
Yeah, so I have a couple questions. One is on the substantial and consistent language they flashed up. Who determines substantial and consistent in your eyes?
Yeah, Commissioner Haskell, that would essentially be a determination that would be made by the director. And if you want to embed that language in there to make it clear that it's the director making that determination, that's what we assumed. The person we assumed would make that decision.
So my question is to Laura, is that unusual for your responsibilities within the town?
No, that would be typical. And if it wasn't a clear determination, I would usually contact the chair of the planning commission and ask if they thought that it was substantial and should go to the full planning commission. So this would be a common function of my position.
Okay. And the tasting room premises, and forgive me, I mean, having these changes proposed on the day of the date we're supposed to be voting, I might be asking questions that are more obvious because I haven't had time with the new proposals. So the tasting room premises definition, I don't know if this is for Attorney Francois or Laura, but in terms of the intent of what we've been aiming toward, our focus has always been around the tasting room. But is there any ramifications that we should be aware of if we have a limitation of these constraints to the tasting room premises by introducing this? I haven't had time to think it through, and I would appreciate any perspective that you can provide.
Staff's perspective is that this is a reasonable clarification, and using the tasting room premises, I think, would meet what we understood to be the planning commission's previous intent in terms of regulating private use that are private uses that are at the agricultural building or immediately adjacent to it.
Okay, and my last question, thank you, is in terms of moving the hours around, could you give an example of what you might want to move around or what the applicant might want to move around on the daily or weekly basis? Because I could read the language that you put up as saying it could be weekly or the daily that can be moved. In other words, any one day could be overly burdened. So I'm kind of curious what you're trying in a real example to give yourself flexibility to do.
Lucy, I think you're best to answer that one.
I'll answer it because I guess, Lucy, we've been having trouble with the Wi-Fi at our house, and I guess she also has been having trouble with, so I think I can answer that. You know, there's a daily limit on Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday of 60, and then there's a daily limit of 72 on Friday, Saturday, and holidays. So our ability to move reservation slots, AKA visitors around, is somewhat limited within the parameters. And keeping it all obviously within the overall weekly limit of 312. So we, for example, could eliminate Mondays altogether and move those 30 visitors to Tuesday and have 60 there, not the current. We could take 12 from Thursday, which is currently 60, move it to Friday, make it 72, and make Thursday 48. So they're fairly modest changes like that. We're not changing the hours at all. That's set. The overall weekly limit is set. The daily cap is set. So there's only a little bit of movement, which shouldn't make much difference to anyone except us as a business, that we'd be able to sort of maximize our reach by actually matching when we're open and which days and which part of the day with the demand that's out there. And since we're really novices at this, we have to really work on it over the next 6 months and figure out when people want to use the tasting room. Does that answer your question?
So if you wanted to not make available Monday and Tuesday and move all of those slots to Friday, could you do that? As long as it was within the
Well,
weekly?
Friday, well, by the current configuration, we already have 60 on Friday. And so since the max on Friday is 72, no, we can't move it all to Friday. So we're
Okay.
really constrained. We can only move 12 more to Friday. We can't go over 72 Friday, Saturday, holidays. We can't go over 60 on the other 5 days. So there's no way to bunch it all up. And furthermore, we have the constraints of 30 an hour and 45 at any one time. So there are limits all the way around, a web of limits that doesn't allow us to really overdo anything.
That's helpful. I don't think the language is clear enough, but that's helpful on your intent. Thank you.
I have a small question on that. Why do people care that it be a quarterly schedule? I don't have a problem with you shifting it around every week. And in fact, that seems valuable. If I could, I'm making this up, but you know, you kind of look ahead and go, oh, it's the town picnic on Saturday. It's going to be a mess of people. Let's not do wine tasting on Saturday and then scatter those people out. Why not let you change it every week?
Yeah, I think
Let me,
Yeah.
sorry. May I go ahead and answer that since I'm on a roll here? And Lucy's
Please.
back, however, so she can field the next one. We de facto are going to have to block slots on essentially a weekly basis. And so we might knock out a Monday, we might knock out a Tuesday, we might do anything like that in order to adapt to the changes that are wrought by the second Sunday, where we have 60 that we don't have the other weeks of the month. And by federal holidays, where we might have up to 72 visitors, and therefore we're going to have to reduce the rest of the week slots by 72 as well. So it's a given that every few weeks, every week or something like that, we're going to have to adjust, but only downward. So adding to other days, we thought we could, it was a request really from POMP to do it quarterly. It's just rather more stately, but I tend to agree with you that it doesn't make much difference whether it's a quarterly basis or not, so.
Other
Is that
questions,
helpful?
John?
Yeah, I think I had two questions. One was back on the, I think on Judith's, what she brought up, this concept of substantial and persistent. And I just wanted to verify, maybe with Kara, maybe with Matthew, that doesn't carry any legal ramifications, those particular words. I remember very early in my career, I was asked to put best efforts in a contract. And I thought, wow, it's no big deal. Turns out, oh yes, it is. It's not at all what you would normally think. And I wanted to make sure that we haven't, that particular language doesn't carry those same kinds of implications.
Thank you for the question, Cara Silvertown attorney. So we did have a follow-up discussion, as Matt mentioned this afternoon. And from a town perspective, we would prefer to have a language that is not tied to those particular terms. We would prefer just to codify our existing practice, which is if the director thinks that there is a problem, then, she will forward it to the Planning Commission. So the secondary language that was suggested by Matt would be our preference.
Okay. And then I think this is more for Lucy. So I didn't quite understand your point about the 45 people and whether or not it should apply to people moving up the hill. I'm thinking everybody's entering through the wine tasting lot anyway, and the plan is just to take people from there up. So I didn't see how worrying about that the 45 wouldn't still apply. Did I miss something?
It would be in a situation, the winery is like almost a mile uphill walk, and depending upon how much one might want to talk about the vineyards, it can be a long walk. So say someone goes on a 3-hour, walking tour that involves a visit to the winery, and say it's a group of 18 people, then for that 3 hours, would those 18 people be counted as part of the 45 on the tasting room premise? And there'd be a maximum of 27? Or while those people are definitely not going to be at the tasting room premise, could there be 32 people at the tasting room premise, as long as they don't overlap and create more than 45 at the tasting room premise? Does that make sense or clarify at all?
That definitely helped. Those are my questions.
Other questions from commissioners? So I've got a few I wanted to go through. I was curious, are second Sundays always second Sunday? Or are you planning to move the Sundays around? Because it was second Sundays in quotes, and I wasn't sure if that was really like you're planning second Sunday or you're just sort of saying it's a Sunday.
Second Sundays, yeah, because if we call it that, it'll be really confusing if we move it around for people, Sticking with just second Sundays.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
So then on the Portola Valley Community Day, do you anticipate that wine club members could come to that? Because what it says right now is need not be wine club members. And I thought we were sort of more looking at that day as a not wine club members intentionally so that they don't fill up the slots.
Yeah, I think the idea is that it's the focus is not on wine club members, but we would prefer to not, just it be a violation if a wine club member was there.
Yeah.
So
but the emphasis is not wine club members.
Would you be comfortable with something that gave preferential treatment to non-wine club members or something? I mean, my concern would just be that the language that's there now, you could fill the whole thing up with wine club members, and then it just becomes another wine club event, rather than I think what your intent was a community day. And again, I'm just trying to nail down the details. So is there some way we can tighten it up where I can appreciate your sense of one wine club member comes up and then you get a violation and then it goes to the entire planning commission to discuss. I mean, I'm all on board with not having that scenario play out. But I actually would like to make sure that it really is a community day and not another wine club member day.
That's certainly our intention. And I think we're open to language around it if it doesn't, create too much exclusivity.
Okay, and then not surprisingly, on the winery tours, how are you going to manage that and how is it going to be? Because I mean, one of my concerns as we go through this whole thing is making sure that all the, limits and stuff that we have are pretty easy to verify. And if we make things too vague and too loosey-goosey, then it's like, well, we think there's a violation, but oh, it's not a violation because of this special exception and this and that. So, I mean, I think that's why I was originally just pushing for the 45. I appreciate your point of if they're kind of, off the wine tasting premises, that, shouldn't you be able to have more people? But then how are you going to manage that they start drifting back and you need to make sure you don't go over 45? So how do you manage that?
Yeah, it would be all about management. We'd know how long the plan is for the tour, when we'd be returning to the agricultural building. And then we'll be using a reservation platform. So, we'll have blocked out what the reservations are for the day, and we can manage them such that there's not more than, we can know, okay, this group is away for these 2.5 hours, and that can be part of the information that we're managing with.
And part of the reason we had
Mhm.
yeah, I was gonna say part of the reason we had the 45 is it was a 30 maximum per hour. 45 was kind of the slop. So you're gonna have to manage slop with the people on the winery tour in case some of your tasters don't leave or something. Is that kind of what you're thinking?
Yeah, we'd always want to give ourselves buffers. We don't want to try and get everything like just totally maximized so that there's no room for any slop.
Okay.
And I would just add also, when people go up the hill to the winery, they will be accompanied by a staff member. They're not going to go up by themselves, and they will all have to kind of go up together and come back down together. So people will not be drifting around.
Yeah, no, I was more worried that you end up with, you get 30 people on the reservation system, the tasting room, and then they don't leave. And then the winery group comes back, and then somehow, you've exceeded your 45 in the tasting room premise. So it just seems to me like it's painful to manage. And my hope is just that we don't have things where it's sort of ambiguous to people trying to understand whether you're staying within the limits or not. But at least I get what you're after, and I think you understand that. 45 would be 45, so you're gonna have to kick people out if for some reason you have 45 people when the winery tour is headed back. So,
Yeah, that doesn't sound fun. So we'll build in a lot of buffer.
yeah.
But
So-
they always have the problem, any reservation system does, that you need to count on people to leave, right? If people way overstay the average expectation, you end up with a problem, right? I don't think this problem is generated by the tour effect.
Right, well, that's what the maximum of 45 was to give them some buffer for people who overstayed. But now you kind of have to manage it sort of twice, not just kind of once, but that's fine. Okay. And then I think my last question is, there are a bunch of conditions under tasting. Not all of them are under wine distribution. And I wasn't really sure why we don't include like maximum 30 per hour for both the wine distribution and the special release. Do you guys have any problem with something like that? I think that was our intent. It just seems like it's up in a different section.
Dad, do you want to answer that? I had to shut down I'm not looking at the staff report because I had to shut down my stuff.
Which limits are you speaking of? 30 an hour, we can apply to the events as well. I think, I think we explicitly applied that to the evening events, 30 an hour over 3 hours with 90 visitors total. And during the daytime, we actually added an extra hour to keep the traffic lighter. And so that's calculated at 24 an hour we could easily say the cap of 30 arriving an hour applies there as well too. We weren't deliberately trying to exclude those parameters from events, if that answers your question.
Yeah, I think it does. I mean, just in the effort to sort of simplify and keep things clear, it feels better to me if we just make it 30 an hour. And if it's an average of 24, awesome, you guys can manage that. But, you know, managing averages is some weird, like, it's kind of a weird thing to manage against, where it's just saying 30 max per hour, you know, then you guys can say, look, we didn't exceed the 30 and I don't need to worry about what the average is. So I think that would basically, it seems to me like that would be an improvement, just simplify and get rid of this averages stuff. So,
I like that.
I think we're fine with that. We're
Okay.
fine with that. It was implicit.
okay, good. And then the last one was, I don't think you intended this, but could the wine club distribution days be on holidays, or could we explicitly exclude holidays from wine club distribution? Because you end up in this sort of weird thing where we've got limits in the tasting, but we don't have limits in the other ones for holidays. And I think the easiest way is just to say wine distribution just doesn't happen on holidays. And then
Yeah,
you don't have to
That
worry
sounds
about.
good.
We'll buy that.
Sounds
Okay.
fine.
Okay, yeah, I'm just trying to think about clarity. So, okay, great. So we can get into more after public comment, but I just want to make sure I kind of understood where you guys were at compared to, you know, kind of the stuff that we've talked about. Any other questions from the commissioners before I open it up for public comment?
have
Nicholas,
one
do you
more.
have anything?
Yeah, there we go.
Great.
So it sounded like there was, as an accommodation, to have the second Sunday, that there was going to be later hours and a wine club Wednesday. And I didn't understand the relationship between the two of those.
The
Did I
relationship
misunderstand?
between wine. I probably didn't explain it that well. So by being closed generally on Sundays, the relationship is that by closing during that time, we're redistributing those hours and visitors to the weekdays, and specifically reaching into a little bit later on Wednesday, because the evening time is our favorite time down here. So it's kind of a trade, like we'll be closed on Sundays, which is a more valuable day to our neighbors, but then be able to be more open on Wednesday evenings, which is less valuable.
I see. So
That's-
so the accommodation was being closed for 2 Sundays rather than being open for 2 Sundays.
Right, correct. Being closed on first, third, and fourth Sundays.
So the thing that strikes me here is I'm not keen on having a 7:30 hour during the winter months. It's, we have people who will be coming in from both locally and not locally who aren't familiar. Is going to be dark. We have the school that may or may not have a larger population. And it seems like it could create a conflict to be open for a couple hours after sundown during the November, December, January, and February. So I recognize the value of having later hours there. But you're also pushing the operations into the nighttime.
Mhm. What time would you feel
So-
comfortable with, Commissioner Targ, in those winter months?
In those winter months,
Yeah.
basically sundown. And we could call that generically 5:30. 7:30 seems a little late to me.
Dad, were you going to say something?
No, I'm sympathetic to that because across the board, we have an earlier close in the winter on the other days. And we didn't do it. I was just going to add that Lucy and I are really stoked about the idea of the Wednesday evenings because we think we'll get real wine lovers then. I think it is intended for locals though, so I'm not sure we're going to get people from long distances to come in. So, but that said, I can understand the concern. One thing to point out is that the closing time is a pretty hard stop at this point. It was changed from departing at the closing time to being off premises at the closing time, which just means we have to close even earlier and push people out the door. So I would try to barter for maybe 6 during the winter on Wednesdays, just to give us a little more of a group feeling and give us time to bring people together and do flights and really fun things like that. So, or we can do what Windy Hill parking lot does and say half an hour after sunset. Then we can get into really complicated calculations.
Yeah, no, I think I can see you at 6 and that'd cure it for me.
We don't particularly want to close, in the dark either. So it's a well taken point.
So we're talking about November, December, January, February.
Yeah, basically those four months were chosen because those are the months when daylight savings is gone. So that's when it's really dark. So we could have done explicitly daylight savings dates, but November to February matches it pretty well.
We're talking about winter Wednesdays.
Mhm. We're fine with 6 o'clock during the winter and would really love to have 7:30 during the spring, summer, fall month.
Yeah, it doesn't bother me. I just having a bunch of folks coming out who may or may not know their way around.
Sure.
Yeah, that's fine. I wouldn't have any objection.
Other questions?
Thank you.
I had one more.
Yep, go ahead, Ann.
This private event condition just applied to this agricultural building, right? If you in the house, just like any of us, you can have a birthday party anytime you want and park as many of us do, as many cars as can fit and come to your house, right? And so we're just being silent on that topic.
Yes.
And I just asked, because sometimes I'd hear people complain about events, and I think they were that it was noise from a house as opposed to the agricultural business. And I feel like, no, a lot of I hear my neighbors having parties sometimes, right? That's independent.
Believe me, we've learned our lesson in advance about noise. So we're going to be very careful, private or public.
I see.
And Ann, I don't think I necessarily understood your question. Are you asking about the non-tasting room premise? Or are you asking about the tasting room premises?
No, I'm clarifying that we have conditions on private parties at the tasting room. But I would like all of us and the public to understand, we are not trying to put limits on a private house. If they have parties at their house,
right,
just like any of us,
yeah,
that's not a violation of their CUP, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, right. So yeah, so outside of the tasting room premises, a private house, they're going to do what they do. Yeah, got it. Thank you. Other questions for the applicant? Judith, you're not on video, so I'm going to assume no.
Nope.
No, okay, good. All right, so let me open it up to public comments. So let me start with Janie Ward. Welcome, Janie.
Do I have video or no?
No video, but we can hear you.
Okay, so I'm gonna keep it brief.
Thank you.
We're the birthplace of Sunset Magazine, my friends. We're gatherings outside and wineries and, you know, local businesses. We're our spirit, right? And I want to, you know, bless those souls that have left us that started that. But remember the spirit of this town. And, you know, Alpine Inn is rocking all the time. So, you know, we can have that, but we can't have Neely. Like, I want to have my son's wedding there. God hope he meets a girlfriend. But, you know, like, let's have this spirit of this town support new businesses and young businesses. And I've seen like the hoops that the Neelys have jumped through, and I commend them, because as a gardener, as an agriculturist, like, business is the other side of the coin. You know, like, you're out there nurturing the land, and that's what they're doing. And that's what our lifeblood is. That's what Portola Valley is. So much work for them. Anyway, I want to do my vow renewal there. I want to have my, you know, funeral, God help me. But, you know, like, let's expand things beyond the town center. Let's, sorry, I took a lot of notes. It's very long. But, you know, maybe potential housing on site. You know, it gets dark at 5 o'clock. Maybe we would have a gathering there with some lights. You know, we're not Mountain Winery, guys. Like, this isn't that. So anyway, I support your efforts and commend you for doing the hard work to get where you are, because, you know, as a gardener, you're not a lawyer. So peace out.
Is that it? Janie, you still there? Okay, I think that was the end of Janie's comment.
She went to mute.
Yeah, that's fine. I just wasn't sure if she was done, so. all
Sorry,
right.
peace out. Peace out. Love y'all. Good night.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Janie. All right, Nan, you're up next. Welcome, Nan.
Okay, you can hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, great, thanks. Yeah, so planning commissioners, thank you all for all the thousands of hours you put into this town. I really do. And for the opportunity to speak tonight. So I'm Nan Shostak. I'm a longtime resident and a geologist on the town's Geologic Safety Committee. So I have a general comment for you and the public, maybe especially the public. I'd like to bring in a little history in light of some comments I've heard around town about how changes to Spring Ridge Winery's conditional use permit have to be approved to keep the winery open and prevent dense development on the property. It's, you know, I hear it's okay, it's let the winery do what it likes versus housing development. Okay, that's a rumor. In the early days, this is the history. In the early days of the town, a developer proposed and aggressively pursued a proposal to build 900 houses on the side of the mountain facing the valley. It would have been basically another entire town covering the Windy Hill and Neely properties. Fortunately, the proposal was denied. The town's geologic and ground movement potential maps were first published a little later, in 1974, and they're regularly updated. The town uses these maps, as you know, to decide on the safety of the ground before allowing new buildings. Today's maps show that most of the Neely property lies on unstable ground. That is, it's unsuitable, unsafe for building houses. Some of the land is mapped as stable and could reasonably be built on, but the unstable parts, the majority, would require extensive and very expensive engineering just to investigate the possibility of building houses there. The town would probably not allow building in the unstable areas. I doubt that you would approve doing that. Spring Ridge Winery proposals, including the present ones, should always be considered on the basis of their own merits, their impacts on the community, and their benefits for the community, not under fear that a large housing development will be built on the hill if the proposals are denied. It's not winery versus housing. It's need to work together. Thank you.
Thank you, Nan. Winter King, you're up next. Welcome, Winter.
Evening. Thank you, Chair Taylor and members of the Planning Commission. My name is Winter King. I'm an attorney with Shute Mahoney Weinberger, and I represent Protect Our Meadow Preserve. I just have a few comments tonight. Protect Our Meadow Preserve remains concerned, of course, that the project violates the general plan and municipal code. As we've said in our prior comments, we're also concerned that this new CUP, these CUP amendments rely so heavily on the applicant's compliance with conditions of approval that, as some of the questions raised earlier suggest, are kind of growing ever more complicated to comply with. Nonetheless, we do believe that staff's additional conditions in the staff report are helpful, and we have several concerns about the Neely's proposed changes to the project description and to those staff terms and conditions. So I'll just focus on these remaining concerns in these comments. First is that at the last hearing, the Neelys stated that they were committing to no Sunday activity, and that was the basis for adding more time during the week. Now, of course, they've added back in one Sunday per month. And between that addition and the periodic weekend wine distribution events, Sunday business will be more the rule than the exception. From the community's perspective, they should go back to no Sundays, at least for the first few years, to see how that goes. The second concern we have is about the new proposed condition. Again, I think some of the commissioner comments and questions highlight that the language that was drafted and shown on the screen is still not as clear as it would need to be. There's a reference to reservation slots, which I think actually is a reference to daily visitors. So there's some language that's unclear. And we do appreciate that they're willing to limit these changes to no more than quarterly. You know, the community is really just looking for some kind of stability in these ever shifting sands. And so being able to count on, you know, a schedule and kind of intensity of use to some degree would go a long way. And then our third concern about these changes is, of course, the revision to condition 25. You know, neighbors and residents shouldn't have to prove that non-compliant is persistent. This is exactly the problem that we experienced before with the code enforcement complaints. You know, a violation is a violation. I think the whole point of this drafting exercise has been to be as clear as possible, so the rules are clear and everyone understands what's allowed and not allowed. So thank you again for your time and good evening.
Thank you, Winter. JSY, you're up next. Welcome. Can you let us know who you are?
Hi, yeah, this is Bill Ustra. I'm actually my wife's cell phone here, so that's why I show up as JSY.
Yeah, no worries.
So I just wanted to, I actually wanted to voice my support for the applicant's proposal. I think it would just be a wonderful amenity for the community. I could see our family enjoying it, and my wife and I in particular, as well as our neighbors. So what I've read seems just great, and I think the folks working for the town and the volunteers on the commission for kind of diligently working through the process on this, and I sort of it feels like a long hard road to a really good amenity for all of us. So thanks all for the work, and we're in support of it.
Thank you. All right, phone number ending in 7562. I think this is Caroline. Caroline, is that you?
Thank you for, yes, this is me. Thank you very much for recognizing my number by now.
I'm getting good at it. Welcome.
Well, I'm not going to repeat what the previous residents said, especially with the concerns. We encourage new business, but this the type of business. we are very grateful that the Neelys have this vineyard and that they maintain the meadow. We have many concerns about the winery and the wine tasting. Then again, like I tried to say in the opening, in the during oral communication, there's so much ambiguity in the language, and it's still not clear. And so once again, is it 30 vehicles? Is it 32 vehicles, or is it 30 visitors? That should be so clear. And who's going to do the oversight? So I wanted to know, we have had the example with the Woodside Priory with the CUP. So who does oversight, and who will do the annual inspections? This is my question. Sorry.
That's okay. I mean, we're looking for comments from the public. It's not really an open Q&A. I mean, I can give you some quick stuff. I mean, it's 30 visitors and 32 vehicles. I mean, I think that the proposal is pretty clear on that. And the reviews are done by the Planning Commission, and they'll be basically in the first year, second year, third year, fifth year, and then every 5 years after that. And we've got a couple of short reviews after the first two nighttime events, just to make sure that everything's working the way everybody expects.
But there's no track record that it's been done that way, and that's the problem. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. All right, is there any more public comment? Judith Murphy, go ahead. Welcome, Judith.
Okay, I'll be very brief. I want to bring our attention back to the land itself for just a moment. I have a couple of very specific things. One is just a comment on red page 25. Under the site improvement, it says shrubs and small tree removal along both sides of the town tail, actually it says, to improve sight lines. I would like to make clear that this makes sense for immediately around the driveway there for traffic safety, but that as conservation asks for opening up views, in no way do we expect the Neelys to have any responsibility for the road side of the trail. That's right of way, and there shouldn't be anything in this language that implies that that's their responsibility, because it's not their responsibility. That's one thing. Next, on red page 27, number 6. First of all, in the second line, there's another spelling error, parkways. I would request that in this section, you make a small change in the language. It currently says, within 18 months from the effective date, the property owner shall make good faith effort to collaborate with the Conservation Committee, I would like it to say the property owner shall collaborate with. The phrase make a good faith effort was in the prior CUPs, 2011 and 2013, and the clearing thinning that was referenced there was in fact never done. So it would be nice if this were a little more of a real expectation rather than a request. And then lastly, on red page number 30, number 10, where in those previous CUP discussions, there was lots of discussion about this southern property line, the possibility of fences, etc. The understandable need for the Neelys to have it clear where their border was so that MROSD people weren't wandering in, etc. But the idea that this would be an open, visually open area is really important. So this essentially hasn't been changed. It says that no fencing, somewhere in here it says no other no trees shall be planted. The area, I'd like to see some language that talks about keeping the area visually open. It's one thing not to plant trees, and there have been a number of trees along there, but not planted, but not since the 2013. But as nature takes its course, the bees and the squirrels and the birds plant things. And if it's not maintained between those trees, it will become a very thick hedgerow and there'll be no visual opportunity to see across that full meadow. And so it'd be very nice if there were a line in there about keeping that visually open, keeping the spontaneous growth down. And that's all. Thank you very much. Appreciate all your work.
Thank you, Judith. All right, Leslie Kruth. Welcome, Leslie.
Hi, thank you for all of your work. I have just a few comments.
Leslie, you're a little hard to hear. Can you talk closer to your mic?
Yeah, thank you, Anne.
That's good.
Is that better?
Yes,
okay,
much.
I'm having trouble with my speakers. A couple of things. I know this is a done deal, and it makes me sad when you say, well, you'll notify the neighbors. I was talking to a neighbor across the street on Monday. They didn't even know this was happening because they are just outside that, on the same street, outside that 1,000-foot perimeter on the same street. But the comment I want to make is that the Neelys can still develop the hillside and the valley. That has not been restricted in this CUP, while they have garnered tremendous support for being an agricultural entity. And yet there's no requirement that they not attempt to develop that property for a residential use. And I wondered how the crowds are going to be controlled. I mean, are they going to be time-stamped and then they have to leave after an hour? It seems this has become even more loosey-goosey than before. This seems like such a dramatic change from what we discussed 2 weeks ago. And more wanting to be given more leeway. And we already know that when things were brought to the staff for prior violations, nothing was done. So leaving it just to the staff to decide if it's, you know, the party happens, neighbors complain, how is the staff going to, you know, evaluate that? Or excess traffic. It's in the moment. So I find that very complicated, and I don't know that there's a solution to that. But I just think there's a lot of romance around wine that may not actually be romantic. And I drink wine. So anyway, those are, I just think everything is loosened up in the 2 weeks since we talked. And that's kind of hard to take. So I agree that the type of business makes a difference here. Nobody's against change. Nobody's against business. And we know the Neelys are good people. It's what comes after the Neelys. And that is long after I'm dead. But that's what Bill Lane and Haskell, all the other people spoke to. So that's my comment. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Leslie. All right, are there any other public comments? So, Marcin, see your hands up, you're next.
Good evening, commissioners. Just a quick comment. First, I wanted to start by thanking everyone for their continued work on this project. We're still very concerned about this CAP and its compatibility with the general plan. Nonetheless, the CAP, in my mind, was improved and clarified over last weeks, and we do appreciate it. One area I would like Planning Commission to pay particular attention to is our noise impacts. We think both objective and subjective sides of noise are of big importance to residents, and we hope Planning Commission will address both of them in the language of the CAP. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Marcin. Is there any other public comment? Okay, I see 2 hands that are still up, but those are people that have already spoken. Is there anybody else that hasn't spoken? So for the people who've already spoken and have their hands up, I'm going to call on you, but this needs to be very brief because you normally get 1 chance at speaking. So I think this is Caroline again. Can we unmute Caroline?
Thank you very much. I forgot one point, and that was on page 10 and page 11. You can see the minutes from the VPTS commission or committee. They've been posted today. There was no meeting in November that was canceled because there was no quorum. So I have a real problem with the language considered and analyzed. And I hope you can review those minutes and see if you can change it to perhaps it was opened for discussion. And then which comes back to number 11. I don't know which consultant would have looked at the traffic report besides Hexagon. So these are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I saw Mike's laptop pop up, but now it seems to have gone away. All right. So yeah.
Oh, Mike laptop came back.
Yeah, I can see. Yeah. All right. So why don't we unmute Mike? Welcome, Mike.
Hey, good evening. This is Mike Mafia, and I just wanted to speak briefly in support of the project. I've been listening really for the next agenda item, but I'm on Windy Hill 5 days a week, and I'm excited to see Neely open up to the public. And I'm also a developer. I see and involved in CUPs on a regular basis, and I would say this is above and beyond in terms of its restrictions. And I think this town has done a great job working and collaborating with the Neely family. And those are my my 5 cents on it.
Great, thank you, Mike. All right, any other public comment? All right, it looks like Janie, you still have your hand up. Again, I'll open it up, but it has to be very brief since you've already spoken once. Go ahead, Janie.
You're on mute.
Okay, maybe she just had her hand up and didn't go back down. So, all right.
Okay, real quick. I'm holding on to a farm since 1856 in Missouri. And I will tell you that we need to respect our landholders. And undue duress for these people to operate their business. And I just want you to know, like, holding on to land this day and age is really, really hard. And I support this Neely Winery. Thank you.
Thank you, Janie. All right, any other public comment? All right, with that, I'm going to close the public comment and bring it back to the commission. So we basically have findings to go through and then the various exhibits to go through. We've obviously been through many of these things before, so hopefully the number of things we have to go through are reduced from previous meetings. I guess where I would like to start is with the findings. And then move into the various exhibits.
Craig, didn't we already go through the findings? Can we just look at them and only if there's a change from the last meeting, discuss it, but otherwise kind of do it in a more across the group of findings?
I mean, I'm fine with if commissioners have, I mean, actually, I have a comment on the findings, so I will speak my piece on the findings when we get to it, but are there other commissioners that would like to speak to the findings? I don't want to go through 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, but we do need to basically make sure we have general agreement on the findings, and we do have, I think it was number 7 that we basically have to decide between sort of the alternate findings.
Yeah.
So that's what needs to kind of get resolved tonight.
I support that, doing it as a group, plus number 7.
Welcome, the findings being put up on the screen.
Can you see that?
I would be delighted if I can figure out how to make this larger. But yes, the issue is now entirely on my side.
It's in the lower right-hand corner. You can just increase the
Is that
size.
better?
Yeah.
I will figure this out. Let's commence.
Okay.
Can everybody else see it?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, the only problem with this for me is it makes me harder for me to see. I can't see all the commissioners now. So if you want to say something in the findings, you're going to need to speak up. Because I've just got a row with some of the commissioners, but John's off the list. So
Craig, I think you can adjust how much is the gallery versus the screen share.
Right,
screen.
there's a little bar you can pull over and then.
yeah, the problem is John's somewhere further down the list. So, and now all I have is you, Anne. So, but in any case, just if you want to speak to the findings, I mean, I will speak to the first finding. So one issue I've had with this from the beginning is trying to think about the wine tasting versus the events. And I'm comfortable that the wine tasting basically is a conditional use that goes with a winery. That makes a lot of sense to me. The events I've always had more difficulty with. And, originally we started off with 12 or more events and we brought it back down. And I think that's a good thing. I'm concerned, given this is an agricultural and not really a commercial area, the stuff that we're doing in the evening all feels to me like it's trending on more commercial and less of what I think the general plan is proposed, which is this is outside the commercial areas. So I think one thing I'd like to see on number 1 is that we just add something that says that we think the events support the winery and considered accessory, but then something to the effect that additional events may not be appropriate. I'd like to see a limit that, because I can get by with the events we have here, but if we double the number of events, I wouldn't be able to find this condition anymore. And so I'd just like to be clear that it may not be appropriate.
Craig, could I ask Laura to explain why this new language was in here in this draft? Do we need it?
It does not have to be included. Staff just included it because we were trying to capture the previous discussion from the Planning Commission about the events only being acceptable if they were limited by the terms and conditions.
Okay.
So that's what we were trying to capture here.
From my perspective, I I think that it adds and it provides clarity.
Okay.
I am sort of loath to add negative language in a affirmative document. And I understand the issue that you're raising, Craig. But it's I'm not sure that I fully agree. And two, I don't have to figure out whether I fully agree or not at this point in time, because that issue isn't in front of me. And further, I may well not be here when the issue comes up. I hope you will be here, but I may not be here.
Well, we may
And,
both-
I'm not making an announcement, by the way.
No, I didn't take this as a public announcement.
But I don't think I'd want to foreclose myself, and I don't think that I have to.
Yeah, and I'm sympathetic to, being careful about, positive assertions, which is why I wanted to put something that says it may not be appropriate. My concern was just that I think we spent a lot of time crafting this and bringing this entire proposal to a place that we could move forward on. And I'm concerned that it doesn't really capture the fact that the number of events, at least for me, is a big deal. And I'm barely at the edge of it being acceptable as is. I mean, I would be happier if we didn't have any nighttime events. But I understand that the Neelys, their goal is to enjoy some of the evening time. And I get that, but in terms of it being sort of properly located in the community, given it's outside the commercial areas, I feel pretty strongly that the next group that considers this really ought to be considering whether more events are appropriate and not have it just be, well, we had 4 and what's adding 2 more? I mean, so that's sort of what I was after. Do you have a suggestion on how we might kind of capture that without it? I'm not looking for something binding, but I am looking at something to remind future commissions that this is a careful balance.
I think we could say that. We could say the commission has carefully considered competing goals and objectives included in the general plan and has determined that.
Yeah,
The
I guess
wine
I'm
club
trying to figure
distribution
out,
did.
for me, the events are the things that would be the tipping point. So
Well, so in my mind, that would have been covered by the phrase they have, which is as limited by the terms and conditions.
Right.
So, which I think is true, but you might say as limited by the, I want to say something like the relating to the numbers and restrictions as outlined in the terms and conditions are appropriate for an accessory use. So I'm trying to get this idea that our terms and conditions included some capacity for numbers of events and also the management of those events.
It's the number, the scope, and the hours of the events. Would that be?
That sounds good. That sounds better than what I said.
Laura, the only thing that I would do is I would take out the word relating to, and it would be including but not limited to. Because the way that here is, it could be read as being exclusive.
Right.
Sorry, I need that repeated. Oh, there we go.
Yeah, she's writing in
Oh,
real
thanks.
time. We're going to get this done tonight.
Laura, can you repeat? I'm sorry, I lost a bit there.
I think we want to say including but not limited to the number, scope, and hours of events.
Guys, isn't it really specifically as limited in respect of number, scope, and hours as outlined in the terms and conditions? Because including but not limited to kind of makes it sounds like there could be a bunch of acceptable expansions. Like it could be read either way. So that's my concern about that phrase. But I thought the idea was we were really specific about what the number, scope, and hours set out in the terms and conditions needed to be to make them an appropriate accessory use. Like, I don't know if I'm going in the direction that you're intending, but I'm worried about this expanding rather than being a direction on this is okay.
You know,
How
and this is the
about
reason why lawyers do well together. I think it takes you in exactly the opposite direction. I'm fine doing that. It doesn't bother me. But you know, and I guess having said that, why don't I just agree with you and say this is fine? Let's go and do it.
Okay.
As specifically outlined, I think.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, lawyers.
I might have helped.
No, yeah, and you too, yeah.
And John.
Hey, you get credit too. I didn't mean to exclude you. All right, are there, besides number 7, are there other finding comments?
If you just flash up the other changes, I just want to look at the changes.
4's got some.
Yeah. Do we, oh, I see. The last sentence here. That's also saying that this attribute is a helpful aspect of the finding. Is that the intent, Laura?
Similar to what we were talking about on the last one.
Yep.
We were just trying to express the intent that there's caps on visitors and vehicles that make this acceptable such that the planning commission can make this finding.
Okay, thank you. I'm okay.
Hold on a second. Vehicles that will limit adverse impacts. Do we have any adverse impacts?
You might say potential adverse impacts.
That's good.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure that that actually helps you. And potential, I think we can have unwanted, undesirable, but an adverse impact is something pretty specific. And it will get us over into whether a CAT-X is appropriate.
So would undesirable okay if we replaced adverse?
I'm fine, or
Okay.
unwanted. Plan
Yeah.
director, do you have any thoughts on that?
We just got the language from the finding itself, which uses the word adverse.
Yep.
So no, if you want to change it to undesirable, that'd be fine, sure.
Yeah. whoever's doing the writing in real time is doing a masterful job. That's a very hard thing to do.
Yeah. This
This
is
is our
Liz. Lisa.
consultant planner who's an expert in this.
Yeah. All right, should we go down? So I think we're down to 7. So Judith, I think you brought this one up. So do you want to start us off?
Do we need to do anything here? I'm fine with this.
Yeah, I'm fine with this as well. I think, you know, it's nicely written.
You don't have to do anything. We think that, you know, there's 2 different bases for this finding, and as long as all planning commissioners can make it in the affirmative, you can make it in different ways. So that's what we were trying to capture here.
Okay, great. Any other issues on the findings? Again, all I can see is Laura right now. So you got to speak up if you got something to say.
I'm good with what's there.
Okay, thank you.
I'm fine.
Thank you. All right, should we go to Exhibit B?
And Craig, you don't want to just look at me. So maybe in the upper right-hand corner under view, go to gallery. I'm in side-by-side gallery and I can see all the commissioners and the screen.
Yeah, you must have a bigger, I'm on a laptop, so I mean, I can see some of the
Yeah, me too.
commissioners.
Me too.
Yeah.
I tried to capture your comments during the meeting. And so if you see something yellow highlighted with a strike through, that's something you suggested removing. And if you see it in green font, that's something you suggested adding. So as you're tracking through this, I tried to take notes. Thanks, obviously, for your conversation now.
Yeah, great.
Super.
Thank you, Lisa. So I'm comfortable with the 6 o'clock.
But that was
I just
only,
want to note that we'll still place this in nighttime for about an hour for a couple of months.
Right.
but I thought
Well-
the 6 o'clock was only for the 4 months.
That's
It is
correct. And I just
November
went
to-
on. I
The
looked-
heading says November to February.
Oh, there we go. Okay.
Yeah. No, it said November to February, so there's going to, sunset is like at 5:15 for a couple of months.
Well, I
Right.
mean, are you more comfortable with 5:30? I mean, I think the Neely's point was, you know, we set whatever time we put in here, this is last visitor off premise. So I don't think I'd want it to be earlier than 5:30 for the Wednesdays. 5:30 for night, you know, for wintertime hours seems fine to me, but I'm okay either way.
I'm okay with 6 o'clock. I just wanted to flag it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
So from my perspective on the dealing with the subject as a whole, you know, I think most of our discussions and details about hours really come down to wanting to try to prevent noise from getting out of hand, because that's to me the biggest issue that might affect the neighbors. And I tend to feel like with the restrictions that we put in terms of both the objective noise determination, plus I believe we gave ourselves the ability in our reviews and the special ones that come after the night events, frankly, to have a subjective evaluation by the Planning Commission to say, this is a problem, and that we'd be fully based on what's here, that we could bring that back for an additional evaluation. So I tend to be a little bit more open-ended on the hours because I think we're kind of guessing, and whereas I think the big issue is going to be noise. So if we handle noise correctly and can handle the subjective side of noise if necessary, that's sufficient for what we need to do here.
Yeah, my sense for for me, Wednesday is kind of special. The Neelys have sort of pitched it as kind of a special time. I'd rather see all the weekdays closures be at 5:30 instead of 6, except for the Wednesday, in the sense that the town, you know, our noise ordinances are all typically around sort of 8 to 5:30. And this is where, for me, anything that sort of goes past 5:30 feels like it's starting to get into more of a commercial, more of a restaurant-y kind of thing. It's sort of a nighttime event. So I guess I'm wondering if we could also scale back the Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, just make them all 5:30 and just leave Wednesday as that sort of, you're going to get some nice evening time.
I'm fine with the 6th because that's the time everybody had to leave. So the events need to wind down at 5:30, right?
Yeah, I'm fine with the hours the way they are. Sorry, I guess I just said that before.
The one change I would, I see that Lisa made the change to be the second Sunday of each month instead of just one Sunday, but it seems like since this is the legal document, we should leave it as one Sunday in case something changes. I hate for them to have to come back because they'd rather do the first Sunday of the month.
Well, I think if we're going to do that, then we're going to have to put some, I would like to see some in advance notice, because again, I want this to be a predictable process so that we don't get people saying, oh, there's a violation when there wasn't one. So if we don't make it a second Sunday, and Lucy said that was fine, but if we don't do that, then I think it needs to be, they need to put out a quarterly schedule on which Sunday it's going to be.
Oh, but I thought we already had the quarterly schedule thing in there.
But we don't have it for the Sundays. That was just for this shuffling hours around.
But it would include the Sunday date would be part of the schedule.
What does the applicant want here? Are they
Yeah.
comfortable?
Lucy, you got some input here?
I'm gonna defer to my father on that one.
Okay. Kirk, you got some input here?
Our goal in the long run is to have more limited hours, and we're sort of exploring the parameters that we use going forward. So obviously what I'm interested in is having it loose in the beginning so we can tighten it up a bit later. So obviously we would prefer to keep the weekdays at 6, and we are sympathetic to the issues about closing in the dark and so forth. But if we can find a mechanism to even further stratify it by month so that we can have a close that's right around sundown, we'll try to do that. So I'm sort of begging for mercy here on keeping it open, and then we'll tighten it up as time goes by.
Yeah, I mean, I think, I think you get this, at least my sense is I'd like to see us move, like, construction noise is all done by 5:30. So it's just, again, as John said, I think it's mostly focused around noise. So if you can, as you're thinking about reducing hours, maybe think about just pulling them back in a little. I think that would be good. The other question here was this second Sunday versus a Sunday, and then you have to give people notice on which Sunday it's going to be.
We will try to tell everybody on the website and staff and everyone else which Sunday to show up. So we'd rather keep it loose and just say one Sunday. But for now, we like the term second Sunday. It's got a real ring to it.
It's also predictable.
Okay, so Craig, can I? So I think our point is it's good for the public because some of the public expressed a desire for predictability to lock and have advance notice rather than say it'll be any Sunday in a given month. So I think I would align with either setting it to be the second, so there's predictability, or a Sunday of the month, as long as there's enough advance notice to the public. It has to be a requirement to give that advance notice, not trying, in my view.
Well, we agree with that.
Okay.
Okay, well, I think if we're going to do just, a Sunday of the month, then I'd like to make sure that it's in the quarterly schedule.
Yep.
I think that's in everyone's interest. We agree.
Okay.
Second.
So then should we just keep working our way down through this exhibit? It wasn't clear to me how many staff are on the wine.
You fuzzed out there, Craig. Can you repeat the question?
Yeah, I'm sorry. In the wine tasting section, it doesn't have a number of staff. Like the other ones, you know, the wine distribution days have a staff number, but there isn't for the.
What page are you on, Craig?
18?
Yeah, basically, I mean, it's sort of the very bottom of 17, but the bulk of these things are on 18. What's on the screen right now?
Okay.
So I'm just saying, I mean, all the other ones have a staff number. This one doesn't. So it just seems for consistency, we should basically put a staff number here.
Well, so
That's fine. How about 4?
Okay.
I was going to go just suggest, I think you had a couple of other suggestions, Craig, that, you know, the maximum of 30 visitors per hour that you thought was a general item that would apply everywhere. And I think the Neelys were fine with that. So maybe you just have the same maximum for staff everywhere.
So I think, I talked to Laura ahead of time about this, and her opinion was we just put it in each of the sections rather than trying to move things into a super section. So I think from an organizational, like, let's get it done tonight.
Exactly. So I totally, yep, I buy that. Makes sense.
Otherwise, yeah, that would be my preference too, to have a block at the top and say, this applies to everything and then go on. But, you know, let's just get this done tonight. So, okay, great.
Yep, makes sense.
All right. So then wine distribution days. So we've got max 30 an hour, get rid of the average. I'm good for that. I think we need down in the special release a max of 30. So is
They already struck it.
yeah, and then the average is just struck, which is fine. And then we talked about not having the wine distributions be on holidays. Otherwise, we get into a whole complexity of hours, like, because for federal holidays, we're saying things are closed at 4. And if we allow distribution days on holidays, then they have to close down at 4 as well. So I think the simplest thing here would be just to say, you just keep the distribution days off the holidays, and that way everything fits together. Are you guys as applicants okay with that?
Yes.
Okay, and Kirk, you okay with that? I just want to get both of you. Since
Sorry. I know we do have our disagreements, but on that one, we're agreed.
Okay. All right. So then Lisa, if you could just, yeah, perfect. Okay, so then on the community days, what's the priority? Are you guys okay with this green wording?
I would prefer if it just said priority reservation shall be given to non-wine club members. I mean, it's fine, but.
I like that better. It's, I could picture wine club members wanting to bring their neighbors or kids or somebody. It'd be sort of weird to, other people can go, but you can't go if you're, if it fills up.
So just put a period after wine club members.
Yeah, I like that better.
So I'm not sure my goal is the community day, we only have 144 visitors. that we get people besides wine club members. So I'm okay with this change. I'm just not sure what difference it made. I mean, priority reservations are given to non-wine club members.
Right. So, but if a wine club member decided, oh, I want to bring my friends,
Yeah,
well, then the friends might be able to go and the wine club member can't because they've maxed out on reservations.
so I mean, how's this going to get enforced?
Well, the prior bottom line is this, it's the same enforcement regardless.
Okay, I mean, again, I don't think I want to debate this too long. I just don't understand the difference. I mean, so if basically all 9 non-wine club members get 144 slots, then the wine club members can't come. I mean, what's the difference?
It doesn't seem like there's a big difference, just one uses less words.
Okay, great. Then I'm fine. Let's just use less words.
Can I just call out here that I'm pretty uncomfortable with this level of regulation of
Me
a
too.
enterprise. And it's not because having said this as a wine member, I am a club member. I recognize the issue, but it doesn't seem appropriate to me.
And I guess for me, given we sort of gave them this event because it's a community event, I mean, all I'm after is I don't want it to turn into another wine club event. That does not seem appropriate. If that's what it's going to be, let's just delete it. But I think at the beginning, the whole point was to let's at least let the community, get in and enjoy it. And I also think it gives the Neelys a chance to get some people to become wine club members. But I like that there's a priority on non-wine club people for this one event. I mean, they've got a bunch of other events that are only wine club members, and you can't come if you're not a wine club member.
I'm fine with that.
Question for the drafter, wine club regular distribution day. Is there a different type of wine club distribution day? Like, why is regular needed?
Yes, there's 2 types.
Okay.
There's regular distribution days and special release distribution days.
Oh, okay. Thank you. I'm good.
So then continuing on, I'm down at number 22. If people don't have anything else.
Why was entry signage up?
Because they might need to have minor directional signs inside, interior to the complex. So we wanted to specify that this was the entry signage.
Okay, thank you. Go slower, please. I mean, we're going once, we're gonna be done.
Where do you want to go back to, Judith?
You could just scroll slower there, that's all. Keep going.
Maybe just pause at each red line just briefly.
Yeah. I think you're good. Okay, okay.
Okay, so for 22, my only question was wine distribution events is some new term. So are we, and a first and second evening, I think we're talking about special release because they're really the only late evening. So I propose we make those special, whatever we call them.
Yeah, special release distribution day.
Yeah. So I would just, I think I'd propose we put that in there if that's acceptable to the applicant. I think that was the intent. I just want to make sure we're trying to capture this, evening potential noise issue. Because again, I think that's what we heard from the public. So.
Are the special release distribution 2-day events?
No.
Yeah,
One day.
so then after the first and second evening, So I don't know that that's actually what this is.
Right.
I think that you're right that there's an issue with this item, but I
Yeah.
don't think it's a special.
So Nicholas, I think
distribution.
we just delete evening. I think it's just after the first and second special release distribution.
I like that.
That's what we're just saying we're going to review after the first couple of these, just to make sure everything's sort of on par with expectations.
Well, okay. Why would we do one of each then?
Because we were going
Regular.
after, I mean, the special
Yeah.
distribution were the ones that went until 8:30.
Maybe you say after both the first and second.
Sure. But I mean, we could get rid of evening because I think special release captures the time.
I guess I could live with that. I personally thought we were going to pick up both types of events, but
Yeah, yeah, that's the question.
Okay, and that's, yeah, so that would,
I mean,
And we
'cause
could take out that word the first the. Yeah.
Yeah, so are we wanting to poll after a day and an evening? Or the first two of each? What was the intent?
in my mind, it was the first of each one that we were trying to do a checkpoint and see how it went. But again, that's what's, you can always read it double ways. Obviously, other people had some different thoughts on that.
Yeah.
But that's what I was thinking.
so I'm okay with that. I mean, you're right. I was reading it as, because the evening was there, I was reading as evening, but I'm okay with just the first and second wine club. Well, I don't know. I mean, I guess we're looking for after the first regular distribution days and after a special release distribution day.
Right.
So that's fine. I mean, yeah, would you do one of each?
After each of the first wine club distribution day and the special release day.
Yeah.
Regular and the special release day.
Thank you for hanging in there and hand editing this stuff. You're doing a great job, Lisa.
Yeah, this is great. I love having the edits. That's real time.
I think it's each of the, after the first wine
After
club
each
distribution
of
day
first-
and the first special release distribution day.
Yeah. And I think we just want regular distribution for the wine club, just so we're capturing both of them.
The word regular needs to go in the first phrase.
Yeah.
Right. Yep.
Yeah, there, yep.
Okay.
So instead of, so that
Yeah,
should be
it's a
regular.
regular distribution day, and it's technically days, so, I mean, it's a regular distribution event.
Yep.
I think that's probably better, and then after a first release distribution event, you might as well just be consistent, and then we're good. Okay, so. All right, are there any other comments on Exhibit A?
You know what? We we skipped over red page 15. No, let's see. Yeah, red page 15 after the findings. And 16.
You need me to go back to the findings?
Oh, I guess it's in the findings. It didn't, when you look at red page 15, yeah, I see it is part of the findings.
I think, wasn't that
Those are the
primarily?
findings for the architectural review.
Yeah. which we probably, I mean, unless you had wanted to change some of the ASCC stuff, I think we're just going to be asking to say that we'll implement that as part of our.
It's before that, there's a red, a newly added.
Do you know which finding you're?
Oh, keep
referencing?
going up. I guess maybe it's in number 7. I didn't.
It's in number 7.
I didn't realize there. It's that sentence that's red.
For the annual community day. Okay.
Yeah. The way this is written, does it say they have to offer it? To me, in the later language that we just looked at, the applicant could offer, a community day. When I read this, it's like, maybe they have to. And I also didn't like the residents not holding wine memberships. It made it sound like maybe you could not go if you held a wine membership. Can we say an annual community day may be offered, and then that's all we say?
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
And then take the rest out?
With priority for residents?
I don't know, we said that later. Do we have to put all that back in here?
No, you don't have to. It's just,
Oh,
I think it's
okay, I
fine.
like it the way it's written now, for all portfolio. That makes it clear what the intent is. Yeah, okay, that's good. Thanks.
Was there any other findings you wanted to review?
No, thanks, that's good. Sorry, I didn't realize it was part of number 7.
No worries.
Before.
We're gonna get it
Before.
done.
On 25, maybe? Sorry if I'm making you dizzy.
Yes, that's okay.
Yeah, that's where you left off. So if you just scroll down to the red parts or green.
Actually, hold on a sec. So 16, can we back up to 16? Okay, now that is the piece that relates to the Neely's request, if I understand it correctly, about whether or not this counts for the 45. Does the visit to the winery production facility? And I'm not sure where we landed on that. I have to say, I'm not entirely comfortable with just saying that those don't count. Was I clear there, or did I just ramble myself?
No.
Why don't you recap?
Sorry. So there was a request that said, oh, of the folks that go off and leave the tasting room and go up to the winery, that those folks not be counted against our 45 total people on site at any one point in time. And I think whether or not we agree with that or disagree with that, I suspect that would need to be covered in this particular section. And I don't know if we had a discussion about whether or not we agreed with it or not, that we should probably have before we try to modify the language.
Laura, is it right that that's where this would go, or is that captured elsewhere?
Well, it's not captured elsewhere, but the discussion we had during the questioning session was the 45 still applies to the tasting room premise, and the applicant's going to maintain, they're going to manage that when the tour comes back, they're going to make sure that if they got 20 people on the tour, that they've only got 25 people in the tasting room premises. And that was Lucy's proposal, that they're going to manage that.
Well, that is possible they could do that. And that's my first inclination, is that there's an opportunity for a little bit of a collision. But if you cap the number of cars at 32,
yeah,
there's a self-limiting aspect of it.
And we've already limited the tasting room premises to 45. So between the two of them, I think it's a kind of a management nightmare personally, but I was willing to sort of let go the 45 max. I think it would be simpler, but I was willing just to let it go and let the applicant manage it.
Okay, I can go with that.
Does that strike then C?
No,
No,
that's that.
No, there was a potential for
well-
adding something else, but
Okay, C remains as worded.
yes, yes. Okay, now go back to where we were.
They count toward the daily cap. They just don't count to the on premise when they're not on premise, if that makes sense.
Okay. Yeah, good.
Go a little slower, please. Can you go slower? Just go up a little bit. I just
Yeah,
wanna,
this is 22 is the one we had just finished.
oh, thanks. Thank you.
So we're on 24 now, I believe.
Super. Thank you. Okay.
The applicant, I believe, had a suggestion on 25.
Right.
Cara and Laura, I think, preferred to keep it as is. Is that right?
Yeah, I prefer to keep it. I mean, I don't mind if we want to make it the planning director, but yeah, I didn't think we needed the extra. The extra language seemed too legalese. I think the point is it still has to be verified by staff, so it can't just be somebody complains and it goes to the planning commission. It's going to go to staff, and if it goes to staff, it's going to go to Laura. So I already assumed that that was the behavior we're going to get here.
I'd prefer to keep it as is.
Yeah, sounds good to me.
I'm fine.
Okay with 26?
Mm-hmm.
So backing up to the complaint provision.
25.
Yes. So I think that the language that Laura and I would recommend is such non-compliance is determined by the director to warrant planning commission review.
Oh, that's good.
I thought you wanted to keep the language. What? Can you explain, Cara?
Yes, so we actually think that this could be, that this is better language that is being proposed right now in green. The concern we have is that if there is a complaint that the operator is, exceeds the hours of operation by 1 minute, would that be something that we would normally bring to the planning commission for, revocation of the CUP? We wouldn't do that. There is some judgment in code enforcement decisions that are brought to the planning commission. So we would recommend that the director be given some level of discretion to determine whether the particular violation complained of, number one, exists, is in fact accurate, and number two, whether it warrants bringing it to the planning commission.
Okay.
Is it as confirmed and determined then?
Yeah. I mean, that's technically how it would work, right?
Yeah, confirmed is fine.
Okay, well, I'm good with that. It moves us towards what they asked for, so.
Mm-hmm.
Can we continue down the list?
Mm-hmm.
I think we're on 27 unless there's,
Okay, we did those.
so is 27 where the comments from Judith would go?
Judith Murphy.
Yeah, sorry, yes, thank you, sorry.
I believe she's on the other conditional use permit.
Okay, yeah. I think that-
169 and not 151.
Yeah, I think that's right. Thank you.
And I believe 30 is the request of the applicant.
Right.
Oh, that's good. That helps clarify what I was asking you. Mm-hmm.
The tasting room premise is defined up above as being the tasting room, the surrounding vineyards, the parking area, et cetera.
So that works for me. Did the striking of the first part have any impact on the definition of household, or do we have to worry about that? But I totally agree with the
Yeah.
fact that we're talking about the tasting room premises.
Yeah, do you need a qualifier? Yeah.
Yeah. Cara, do you have any opinion on that? I think this language originally came from you. Do we need to say anything else about what a household is, what the household is?
Right. I think it's helpful. Maybe instead of referring specifically to the Neely Myers family, we can, refer to household members more generically in the event the household changes.
How about residents or people living at the on-site residence?
Yeah, that's what Lisa just typed in.
I was talking about the language that was struck out. But
Yeah, I think
this is fine.
I think this
we're
is
okay
fine.
with
Yeah.
striking out the rest of
It
the
shouldn't,
property.
yeah, it shouldn't call out the Neely Meyer family.
Right.
In the CUP.
That's right. That makes sense, right? Because it runs with the land. Perfect.
Yeah. Right.
Okay.
Okay.
This is good.
Hold on. 31. Just scroll up so I can. So they may tour the northwest quadrant in small groups. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Thanks.
I'm sorry. Can we spend a little bit more time with this? Isn't this redundant? Why should it be visitors may tour? So is a visitor different? I don't understand what this is doing.
So I think, Nicholas, this got added when the discussion was around, oh, yeah, we'll probably do some little tours in the vineyard. And does that count as our, they wanted to be very clear that that would be okay, and that somehow using the words tasting room premises didn't prevent them from taking a group out into the vineyard. And that this was the attempt to sort of say, to make it explicit that, oh, that would be allowed.
Didn't we deal with this previously when we identified that when we were counting how many people may be on the premises?
No, that was basically a tour up to the winery itself, the winery building. This is a tour of the vineyard.
It is referred to in condition 9 as well, so there is
Yeah.
some overlap.
Yeah, I was gonna
This
say
just
9
adds, this just restates it and adds that if there are noise complaints, it will have to be dealt with. So.
Yeah, I mean, that was my issue. And I feel like we've dealt with this previously. If there are noise issues, it goes in the first instance to the planning director. If the planning director so moves, she brings it to the commission. So we have a special noise violation process for a limited area of the vineyard, which we can do, does, again, I don't have strong views on it. It is, it's a little wonky.
So Nicholas, I think, excuse me, I think the reason this got here was because the noise consultant didn't study people being out in the vineyard.
Yeah.
And so we just ended up putting this in here sort of to cover we don't think it's going to be a problem because as long as the group stays small, it should never just ever come up. But if it did, then that was kind of what we were trying to get after because it wasn't covered in the noise study itself.
Again, I think that if we have a non-compliant issue, we have a process, and now we've got two. And
I'm okay either way.
let me just note that we now have two processes dealing with the same issue, and I'm noting it. And if anybody else cares about it, then let's have a conversation. If not, let's move on.
So I agree with Nicholas. Having looked at the two sections, I think it is redundant. But I'm okay either way, whether we keep leave it or not. I don't think it really changes too much. So is it?
Yeah, I mean, my proposal right now is the more we leave alone, the more people have had a chance to see, and it just got left the way it was. But I don't have a strong feeling. So if you guys want to override that, now's the time.
I say we just leave it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Me too. Slight preference for leaving it.
Yeah. Okay.
Everybody good with 32?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So at the end of these conditions is where the applicant's proposed condition would go if the planning commission wanted to include it. The one that allows them to make adjustments to their hours and days.
Okay.
Well, that could also go. That
And
could
just to
also go
clarify-
as a bullet point under wine tasting. Sorry, Liz.
Oh, I think just to clarify also, we're not making suggestions to change the overall schedule that we've proposed, just the daily visitors within that schedule.
So my point was it could go as the last bullet item under wine tasting on page, on red page 18, if you prefer it there.
So I understand the flexibility approach. My concern is if you have language like this, what does it do to the maximum of 45 and the 30 per hour? So now that we're needing to introduce flexibility, now we've got to link more specifically to the items that we want to hold firm. So, and I personally don't feel I've had enough time to really think about that at the level I would have liked to. So I want to hear what my fellow commissioners feel about this, but on its own, it kind of says we can adjust slots available each day of the week. I don't know what this does to the 30 and 45 and 32.
I thought there was language already proposed, and I thought it, or no, maybe you, Lucy, just said in words that it would still be.
I think, yeah, I
both
think
the
I said
45
it
and
maybe
30.
more specifically in our presentation than it is in the language right now. And
Right.
that's that all of these overarching limits would still apply. 312 visitors a week, no more than 60 visitors Monday to Thursday, or 72 Friday to Saturday, no more than 45 visitors on the tasting room premise at one time, no more than 32 cars at one time, no more than 30 visitors arriving in an hour. Those would all be the container.
Yeah, those parameters you just read are not in the language I received earlier today.
So I think that's why it makes much more sense to put this at the end of the bullets on page red page 18, because all those parameters, 30 visits an hour, 45 at a time, 312 a day, are all there. So that's where we intended to put it as the codicil effectively to the schedule. So it's at the top of page 18 red there. So all the rules are there.
You have to do something like subject to the foregoing, right? You can't have two rules that conflict, so we just need to
For
make it
sure.
work together.
Just go to the page 18, please. Where all the bullets are.
Right, so could I just ask a simplifying
It
question? I mean,
belongs there.
yeah, okay, so we get, Kurt, we get where you think we want to put it. Let us discuss it for a little bit. So can we go up to the table for a minute? So if I understand what's being proposed, we're basically saying move the max visitors on Monday, Tuesday, and Friday. So Monday and Tuesday to 60 and Friday to 72, and that the numbers still have to add up to 312. I think that's what the proposal is. I don't think it's, all the rest of this stuff just seems complicated to me. And I think the only thing we would say is you need to quarterly define what the maximum daily numbers are going to be for days for the next 3 months. I think if we do that, I'd be happy just to make the maximum visitors, 60, 60, 72, and then just say you'll give us quarterly the adjusted schedule within those maximums.
I like that. I feel like that simplifies it.
I mean, Kurt, did I capture what you're trying to do?
I think that all the rules are spelled out in these bullets, and we just want the option to change the daily allotment of reservation lists on a quarterly basis. We proposed the language in our three revisions. It can be pasted right in here if it's acceptable to you.
Right. Okay, but I find that language, like I've seen 3 versions of it and none of them I understand. Whereas I think if we just said 60, 60, 72, and then quarterly you have to give us the proposals that add up to 312, then we're done. And
That's fine, man.
and that includes the Sundays. You're going to pick which Sunday. I mean, so you'll end up publishing quarterly a schedule that says, we're going to be open this Monday, this Tuesday. I mean, again, we're looking for predictability.
Okay, it looks good.
Sounds
I agree.
good.
I agree.
Well,
It looks good.
You really need to make it clear that the 312 max is not intended to be the sum of Monday through Sunday. I can see people picking this up and go, look, it's a math error. So you got to put in there somewhere that there's discretion on how they get to 312 subject to these. So you need some kind of footnote. Otherwise, I could see this being a real head scratcher for the future planning.
Isn't the footnote already there on the next page, though? I mean, underneath the table, we end up saying
Yeah.
a maximum.
Well, I think Judith's only point, which I buy as well, is if you're going to put 312 in the table like this, it sure looks like it ought to be an Excel spreadsheet where you sum the column.
Right.
So I don't think we need to put the weekly max in the table. I think we should take it out and have the.
Well, let her do her little asterisk, and then we can see if it works.
But we do
The 312 number could also go above the table to say that the total number of visitors per week is 312 that can be distributed according to this table. Does that help?
Yeah, on a quarterly
Good idea.
basis.
And you probably want to take out limits above. Or say weekly visitors is limited.
Yeah.
Just reads funny.
Yeah, limits limited is too many limits.
With respect to both traffic and noise considerations, just to confirm, the studies considered 60 up to 72 people.
The traffic study considered the annual limit. And so these all fall within that, yes.
In this table, shall we put 72 for Sunday also instead of the
No,
way it's written?
no, 60 is the limit on Sunday.
Oh, it was, sorry.
Yeah.
I thought it was.
Yeah, it hasn't changed. Yeah. I mean, what got upped here was Friday was a 60 and it got moved up, which,
Is that right, Lucy? Because when you read it out before, I wrote down 72 for Friday through Sunday.
I may have misspoke, but it's correct how it is on the currently 72 for Friday and Saturday.
Okay.
You know, and again, because we only have a max of, we have a maximum number of people, the issue of traffic is also mitigated.
right. And is there someplace here now that it says that this is going to be published quarterly? Do we need to say in advance? I mean, I'm okay with this. I don't know how, I'll let the lawyers.
And did
The
we
only
want it
issue that I have
by
with
hour
this-
or just daily?
No,
Hours
just,
and
yeah,
what we're
just daily.
considering.
They're gonna basically say, for the next 3 months, we're gonna put 60 people on Monday.
It's
if
fine.
that's what they
She
choose.
took it out.
Putting in daily in the chart as well would help. Maximum visitors.
Okay, very good.
Okay, are we done with Appendix A or Exhibit A? Sorry.
And where are we going to put the Judith Murphy comments, the Conservation Committee?
I believe
next section.
condition 6 is the first section that she had requested some modification. She requested removing, make a good faith effort. Then I apologize, I'm a little confused about the second request, but I think it was for more detailed trimming on the southern area from her email.
Her second request was condition number 10, I believe.
Okay, thank you. So I guess just strike make good faith effort was the first request.
Yeah.
So she suggested something like shall collaborate with. Does that actually change the meaning at all?
I think it does. Not a lot.
Generally,
Well, it was a
collaboration
good-
requires
It was a good,
an effort on both parties, and we can't require the Conservation Committee to collaborate. All we
Right.
can do is require the applicant to collaborate.
Yeah.
but it was a good faith effort to collaborate. So you're just striking good faith?
Yeah, owner shall collaborate with the Conservation Committee.
Okay,
Mm-hmm.
so we're just striking shall make a good faith effort.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, I have to jump in here because Judy Murphy has conveniently forgotten that back in 2014, I personally went out with her and walked the trail and we trimmed limbs to open up the view, and she's forgotten that. So I resent that she implies that I didn't make a good faith effort back 8 years ago. I just have to put that point in. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And I
So,
just wanted to mention that Judy and I met on Monday to look at these potential vistas, and we had a really good conversation. And stay tuned, walking on that trail. It's going to be great.
So
And I will add that Lucy is more faithful than I am, so she's a good one.
So I think the issue here, and I don't know if it goes here or in 10, is I think the maintenance of this is the issue. Because it's, I mean, Kirk, I totally believe that you guys did it, but it's kind of gone now. And so I think the goal is to keep the view shed open. So if we can put some kind of maintenance clause, just so we continue to do this, I don't want it to be an onerous process, but I don't want it to be a one and done. I mean, you know, stuff keeps going up.
I agree with that. Why don't we pick it up in all those annual reviews as time goes by? Because I think Lucy and Judith will do a good job and open the view up and keep it going. The younger generation is very helpful.
Yeah. So
Hey,
maybe
I just want to call out here that we have trees that are growing up here and bushes and chaparral. And we should just take note at this moment that our meadow preserve is in fact a oak and chaparral land and not a meadow. Having said that, we'll leave it to the younger generation.
Mhm. Well, I will remind you that the Community Open Space Reserve calls for the maintenance of the natural condition, and that means the trees grow. But we'll open some views up.
I would also wonder, you know, when the Conservation Committee worked with Mid-Penn to clear along the same trail on the Mid-Penn line, Portola Valley Public Works actually chipped in and did the work. So I wonder if we would be, you know, afforded the same treatment and Public Works would help us, or if we would be treated differently. We don't have to answer that question right now. It's just, if we're opening the can of worms, it's a question I have.
Yeah, I mean, I think if we're providing it to Mid-Penn, we should provide it to you guys. I don't have a problem with that. But like I said, my goal, and if we're going to do it as part of the annual reviews, that's okay with me. I would just like to make sure there's someplace that there's an ongoing review of keeping the view shed open. And whether it's done by you guys or you and Judith or Public Works, or we have a community day and we all come out and cut stuff down, whatever. You know, I got a chainsaw, look out. So how can we, so I think what's missing for me right now is how do we get the sort of annual or ongoing maintenance aspect captured here?
We could propose for the property owner to meet with the Conservation Committee every 3 years for this collaboration.
Yeah.
Sounds good. Okay, that sounds good to me.
I think I need a bit more there.
Yeah, every 3 years to assess how to implement or to collaborate on this, using the other wording.
I think the green phrasing there is going under the wrong and the wrong condition. It belongs. I think it's in the wrong location.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to do with the southern boundary. It has to do with the view shed.
Yeah.
Which was number 6, I believe.
Number 6, okay. Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that language would go here on number 6.
Yeah.
The other one was about just maintaining it over time. That's what they were after there.
I think the meeting every 3 years covers that.
Or it maybe after removal of vegetation, it talks about to maintain the view shed or something.
Yeah, that sounds good. How about just every 3 years to maintain the view shed.
Well, this is along the corridor, and our job today isn't to try and figure out what the priorities are. So can we just keep it to, achieve the objective of this condition or something, rather than maintaining the view shed? Because that is starting to sound like there's a bigger agenda than just this. I'm not sure we need to go there myself.
Well, I will remind you that the CUP, relates primarily to the winery and the accessory uses and so forth. Although this is 169, but.
Oh.
And mainly we're dealing here with the site improvements to facilitate the use of the agricultural building. So
Right.
it is a little bit off the mark.
I don't have a problem with it either being in or out.
Could we just leave it at the property owner shall meet with the conservation committee every 3 years to review the view shed or to discuss the view shed, or to maintain the view shed is a little bit draconian.
I like what Judith said, which is more to fulfill the intent of this condition.
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll skip view shed.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, that's good.
And then there's a typo on the end of this second line, that Parkway as.
Oh, yeah.
Not even, what is it? The Portola Valley Corridor Park, is Parkway part of the language?
Yes, I believe
Okay.
it is.
Okay, okay, that's fine. And then if we go to 10, is there anything we need to do to 10 to? So I think what I heard from Judith Murphy was a concern of volunteers versus trying to maintain this as a meadow.
Yeah, basically, it's about how the meadow is maintained, because if it wasn't maintained in a particular way, such as annually mowed, more perennial woody plants would come up and fill in the meadow.
Can
including
we just leave the terminology as it is, because this could go on forever, this discussion about how to deal with it.
I think we're very close, Kurt. I just want to make sure we capture the comments that we've heard.
I mean, I don't really think we can commit. I mean, there's so many issues. If you look at the general plan terminology regarding the community open space preserve or proposed preserve, that are contradictory: natural condition, hay grass area, agricultural character, and so forth and so on. I think it's a real reach to say that we need to go in and pull out the volunteers.
I'm with Kurt on that one, actually.
Yeah, I am too.
Okay, well, I mean, my concern is this is, if you don't maintain a meadow, it stops being a meadow, so.
Yeah, it seems like a reasonable thing to discuss. It just seems like it's getting a little off the rails of the purview of this discussion at the last moment.
And I've always had a concern about how unclear that meadow preserve designation is and how it got there and what it ever was supposed to mean for the individual property owners. So I don't want to propagate it any further.
Greg, we're gonna have a CUP amendment and make you mow your lawn on a weekly basis.
That's okay. I'm good for that. I'll mow my lawn. I will mow every inch of my lawn every day of the year if you like.
Yeah, he has no lawn, right?
Well, maybe we'll make you plant a lawn and then maintain it.
All right.
That is all the conditions.
Excellent. Okay, so commissioners, are there any other comments that you haven't brought up in this complete and thorough process that we've just finished? All right, well, with that, let me just say I appreciate the commissioner's time, the public time, and the applicant's time in working to the proposal we have on the table. You know, it has been a long process. I do think that we've made a lot of good improvements. So I thank everybody involved. With that, I would accept a motion to approve the various exhibits, conditions, findings, et cetera, that we need to approve.
It would be to adopt a resolution as we just edited.
Okay, excellent. Thank you.
I'll make that motion.
Okay, so I'm going to give it to Nicholas. I think I heard him first. Do I have a second? Okay,
I'll
give
second
that
it.
to Ann. Great. All right. So I've got a motion to approve a resolution as edited. It's seconded. Is there any discussion? All right. Laura, could you do a roll call?
Commissioner Golden,
Aye.
Commissioner Haskell,
Aye.
Targ,
Aye.
Vice Chair Koff-Sill,
Aye.
Chair Taylor.
Aye. All right, so the resolution is approved. Congratulations. We'll look forward to seeing the winery. Thank you for walking through the process with us all.
Thank you very much. We really do appreciate it. Even I really appreciate it. Although this does fall in the be careful what you wish for category, I'm sure.
There you go. All right. Well, good night, everyone.
Thank you. It's been a remarkable experience. Thank you all very much.
It's been thorough. So, all right, great. Thank you, everybody.
You guys get to go to bed now. Now we start on topic 2.
Well, so what I would like to do now, before we move on to the next public hearing, is I would like to take why don't we make it a 6-minute break and reconvene at 10 o'clock. Just give everybody just a little bit of breathing room after this, bathroom break, get a drink, whatever you need. And we'll start back up at 10 o'clock.
Hey, Judith, just a note that your mic's on.
Oh, sorry.
At all, nothing quite like a hot mic.
Sorry about that. I'm on the East Coast, so I don't have my usual setup.
Fabulous. Are you, is your mom on the East Coast?
Here, my first trip in almost 2 years.
Nice, nice.
Yeah, it's nice, but it's a strange thing to be back while there's a tree lighting ceremony down the street and people are kind of oblivious. So to the COVID risk, it's nice and yet scary.
Yeah, yeah. Where are you?
New York.
So Judith, just as an FYI, you remember Mike Hall and that. So they are finally back in their new house. They've been in for about 6 months now. Took 4 years to rebuild up there. So
I knew he was not sure he would. So
yeah.
oh, that's good to hear. That's good to hear.
I just got my a laptop back from him that I loaned him. It was his connection into Latham Watkins, because that was the first thing he could get his hands on. Is like, I need to be able to get a paycheck and communicate.
Yeah.
And so I had a laptop that I lent him, and it is finally returned.
Oh, that's funny. Yeah, it seems like a long time ago, but that was a bad thing. I'm glad he was okay.
I think 4 years too. He's got to be completely disconnected now with Latham Watkins, right? Right.
Yeah, pretty much.
It takes 2 or 3 though for all the tax stuff to finish off, right?
It takes a while. I mean, he's getting him a lot of emails still, I'm sure. But the good news is he can park them and look later.
Man, some of you guys are pretty hardcore. I give you 5 minutes, you don't even take it.
Took one. You might want to let people know how many people are in attendance. I know we've had a lot to do, but there seems a surprising number that are still hanging in.
Well, Dylan, it disappeared, but for a while we had a thing that had the number of attendees. So I don't know.
Yeah.
if
It
he's
says
gonna
that they're 50.
What?
It says that they're 50.
Oh, you see it. I just don't see it. Okay.
No, you see the thing.
Can you see it? I just
meeting
updated it
attend-
to 37.
37, yeah.
Oh,
It-
no, I
it
still
looks-
have 50.
It looks like no. Look on the screen. It looks like it looks like a presenter. There's something that says meeting attendees. It says
Oh.
meeting attendees 37.
Got it there.
Oh, there
Okay.
it is. Yeah.
I know it's not super obvious. I guess we could pin it to the top, but you know.
Oh, now I know what I'm looking for.
But it's mostly a different group of people.
Mhm.
Well, that's good. That was, it's a different public hearing, so.
Okay.
All right, so it's 10 o'clock. Do we have everybody back? Yeah, it looks like everybody's here. Okay.
Just a minute. We need to add Father Martin. I'm having trouble promoting him to panelist.
Okay.
Laura, that's okay. He's here with me. So,
Oh, okay.
yeah. So no need to add him. Thank you.
Okay, great. Is the rest of the applicant team here? I think so.
Okay, then with that, I'd like to open up a public hearing to review amendments of an existing conditional use permit, X7D-30, and master plan and then on it goes. But this is to add some modular buildings, increase the number of students, teachers, and support staff, and increase the number of on-site parking. So this is basically the Priory CUP. So with that, is there a staff report?
So
Yeah, go
before we
ahead.
go through the chair,
Yeah.
I believe I have to recuse myself from this because I live too close to the Priory. So I think
Yeah,
I
I
should
believe
do
you-
that before the staff report.
Yeah, I believe you do too. So,
I'm recusing myself and will not be participating in this part. I will stick around. I'll go to video blank and mute but I'll be around if something comes up in the staff reports or things like that.
Yeah, well, I'll give you, once we get to that, you can just pop back in. I'll give you a shout.
Okay.
Great. Thanks, John. All right, so Laura, is there a staff report? And it's-
Yes, from Dylan.
Dylan, got it. Go ahead, Dylan.
Okay, I'll go ahead and share my screen. All right, can everybody see my screen?
Looks good.
Okay, so I'm going to try to make this brief since it's late in the evening. So thank you, Chair Taylor, members of the commission, and members of the public in attendance. So this item is a preliminary review of the conditional use permit and master plan amendments to the Woodside Priory School at 302 Portola Road. So staff is not requesting a formal action to be taken tonight on the matter. More so, we are looking for feedback and direction to continue the matter to our future meeting date for final action. And so with that, I will start the presentation with a bit of a project background. And so the Woodside Priory School, or Priory, was founded in 1957 as a private college preparatory school for grades 6 through 12. The campus is approximately 50 acres and within the town's residential estate zoning district. The school is a conditional use within this district. Accordingly, it is governed by conditional use permit X7D-30. This permit was first issued in 1968 and has been amended twice since then. The first amendment in 2005 established the student body, teacher, support staff, floor area, and parking quantity maximums. It also established the overall master plan map, which visually implements the development standards detailed in the CUP language, and the annual reporting requirement to Planning Commission on compliance with the maximums or population limits as noted in the CUP condition. The second amendment in 2006 only increased parking and floor area maximums for new classrooms, the stream building. Thus, the school currently operates under the 2005 prescribed population limits of students, teachers, and support staff. Because of this and other operational needs, Priory is requesting a CUP and master plan amendment to change student population measurement to average daily attendance, increase student population by 44 with a 10 student increase in boarders that's included in that total amount, an increase in faculty and support staff by 5, increase parking by 53 spaces, permanent installation of 2 modular classrooms, which would result in an increase in scholastic use floor area maximums. And lastly, revisions to the existing CUP language to reflect current conditions of the school. So staff will briefly discuss each component of the request with numbers 1 through 4 on this slide truncated to one section that's titled On-Campus Population, just for time's sake. All right, so the 2005 CUP amendment established on-campus population limits of 350 students, of which 50 in this number could be boarders or live on campus, 50 teachers, and approximately 40 support staff. The language was crafted to be more flexible on support staff based on the school's operational needs. So one item to highlight in this amendment is that the current CUP does not define how the student population limit is calculated. Instead, ambiguous language such as enrollment or student body is currently used in the wording. So the proposed use of average daily attendance, or ADA, appears to be more aligned with the school's operations and how the California Department of Education approaches attendance matters. Furthermore, the commission considered this topic in 2 2019 meetings and agreed that ADA was the appropriate methodology to use. The applicant's definition of ADA in simple terms is 1 ADA equals a perfect attendance in the school year. So staff just wants to note that the green numbers to the right of the population categories in the proposed amendments just reflects the requested increases to each respective category that was discussed in the last slide. All right, so now turning to the increase in parking, on-site parking quantity. So in order to address staff and ASCC observations related to on-site parking issues over the last several years, the Priory requests an increase of 53 parking spaces spread throughout the campus. Of these 53, 15 will be provided in the immediate future, and 38 will be banked for future needs of the school. The 15 spaces are required as part of the conclusions made in the traffic and parking assessment report staff commissioned for this request. Staff notes that the consultant, Paul Krupka with Krupka Consulting, who is in the audience for any questions when we get to that point, concluded in the report that based on the 44 student body increase request, that there was no substantial relative change to existing traffic on either Portola or Alpine roads, and that the estimated parking generation of 15 new parking spaces was not substantial in consideration of the overall 53 requested spaces. So in sum, the 15 spaces are to ensure no resultant impacts occur from the request. And so this is just this is the proposed map amendment associated with the request, with the new parking spaces in the red bounded areas. And so they're just spread out over the campus, as I noted. The one thing that staff is recommending from the applicant and through some recommended conditions of approval that are forthcoming, that these new 15 spaces be distinguished from the overall 38 spaces, from the overall 53 spaces, and from the 38 spaces that are banked out. So when you look at this map, all of the spaces are in this teal color. Staff is recommending that the 15 spaces just be a different color, just for phase identification. All right, and turning to the increase in the scholastic use floor areas. And so currently there are 2 vacant modular classrooms on the campus that have been used over the years for temporary classrooms while permanent ones were built. The most recent example is the Stream Building construction. So in permanently installing the 2 classrooms, the school will also install sprinklers to meet wildland urban interface or WUI requirements. And so a portion of this request does also result in the need to increase the scholastic use floor area maximum of the campus by 1,361 square feet. So on the left-hand table, it details the respective use category floor area maximums that are prescribed in the current CUP. And the right-hand picture is a snippet of the master plan map that I just showed you previously that's zoomed in on the location of the 2 modular buildings. They're in the green hashed area. The 2 buildings are 1,776 square feet total, which does result in a deficit of 1,361 square feet in the scholastics or classroom use category. Thus, the installation requires a request to increase this category maximum to accommodate the buildings. Staff also wanted to note that the 3rd building, which is identified with the green star, is considered an art barn or shed. In review of town records, it's not clear if this structure was previously approved. It does show on the 2016 amendment project plans, which was related to the Stream Building construction. But there is no mention of this building in the request nor in staff's report in approving that amendment in 2016. So this is one of the topics of discussion, hopefully for this evening. And then just lastly, the applicant has provided strikeout language and revisions to the current 2060 CUP condition language as part of the request. So just for reference, those strikeouts begin on red page 402 of the packet. So based on the applicant's project description letter, these strikeouts reflect the current conditions of the school, conditions already fulfilled or otherwise completed, and reflect the overall proposed request in on-campus population groups, parking, and the scholastic use floor area maximums that I just went through in the previous slides. And so just turning to public comments, staff mailed out notices to neighbors within a 1,000-foot radius of the site, and also published both digitally and in print an advertisement with the almanac of tonight's meeting in a 10-day period per town code. Previously, the school mailed a letter to neighbors within that same radius. To detail their request, staff notes that we also included this letter in the mailed notice just for redundancy and assurances that neighbors did receive that letter. Comments that we did receive after packet distribution were forwarded to the commission today. Staff notes that they were just centered around traffic, parking, and noise concerns. Staff also notes that there was one comment in support of the proposal. And so regarding environmental review, the project is exempt under section 15314 of the California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA guidelines. Specifically, this section exempts minor additions within existing school grounds where the addition does not increase original student capacity by more than 25% or 10 classrooms, whichever one is less. The addition of portable classrooms is included in this exemption. And so in using the original 350 student body maximum, and also using the applicant's assertion that the town view this maximum through ADA, average daily attendance methodology, staff determined the maximum number of students allowed under this exemption would be 438. This would result in an increase of 88 students, precisely 87.5 rounded up. And so thus the 394 requested students, or ADA, is under the 25% threshold prescribed in section 15314. All right, so staff has just provided the following slide to guide the commission's discussion tonight on the request. The commission is not limited to these talking points. These points merely reflect the larger areas of the request staff would like the commission to provide feedback and direction on to both staff and the applicant. And then staff has the strikeouts available for screen share if the commission so desires. And so the next steps is based on tonight's feedback and direction, staff will prepare a draft resolution, a recommendation with the recommended conditions of approval. And then staff will create a draft annual report template if the commission deems it appropriate. And then all the three items will be presented to the commission at a future meeting for final action. So thus staff is requesting that the Planning Commission move to continue this item to the December the 15th, 2021 regular meeting in order to prepare these items after questions and discussions. And so with that, this concludes staff's presentation, and just repeating that we are available for any questions, and Paul Krupka, the parking and traffic consultant, is also available for any questions from the commission. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Dylan. So are there any clarifying questions for staff? Go ahead, Judith.
I'd like some background on the ASCC and the planning department's observations on the need for new parking. And as a follow-up, why is it being staggered? Or why are we being asked to approve new parking that's going to be banked? I'd just like to understand all of that more.
Sure. There were a series of other projects that have been going on at the Priory for the last few years. The stream building, the dining hall renovation, and the building of the 6 units. So in the course of those reviews, both staff and ASCC members were on the site multiple times for site meetings and to look at things. And in those visits, staff and ASCC members noticed that there were cases where there was not enough parking. And there were a few cases where people were either double parked or someone was parked where they weren't supposed to be. And so when the Priory came to us and we originally started talking about doing a CUP amendment, I suggested to them that they consider the parking if they were going to propose an increase in the number of students on the site. So we had that in mind in the background as we were having these conversations. So it was primarily at my request that they originally looked at it. Then when we had the traffic and parking analysis done by Paul Kropka, he found that 15 parking spaces would be an appropriate number to add at this time that would be linked to this particular request for the increase in the number of students and faculty that goes with that. We also identified, though, that there could be a benefit in the Priory having flexibility in future years to be able to add additional parking if those spaces were needed. So that's why we wanted to approve through the Planning Commission additional spaces to be installed at a later date if they're needed to meet the school's needs. So that was the intent there, and it was largely, I think, both on the ASCC's part and on my part in visiting the site, that we always make sure that their driveways and circulation areas are clear, and we're never blocking anything that may be needed for emergency vehicles or for fire trucks. So that's some additional information.
And so why not just come back and modify the CUP if they need more parking? I mean, what's the banking? I get that the traffic consultant said 15, so they're going to put in 15. I just don't get the banking as well.
Because staff didn't see a downside in the Planning Commission approving that now, so that they would be able to do it without a Planning Commission meeting to be able to add additional parking.
But that might imply more traffic, which might be something the Planning Commission would want to discuss.
I don't think that adding more parking necessarily equals more traffic. More people on the site, more students, faculty might increase traffic. So those things would always be subject to Planning Commission approval. But the number of parking spaces in and of themselves, we wouldn't anticipate to generate traffic.
Right. I guess what I was asking is, it seems like if you need more parking places, it's because there's more people. Like if you don't need them, you don't need them. If you do need them, then it's because more people have shown up. So by creating this bank, we're sort of implying that there might be a need for this, which then would imply that there could be more traffic on campus. Am I missing something?
I think of it more in terms of, the individual needs may change a little bit, right? You might have different patterns of people that work on the site, different people that carpool at different times. They have their own residential units. The use of those residential units may change a little bit over time. So that's how I was thinking about it.
Okay.
But it's certainly up to the Planning Commission's discretion.
Right. It seemed like it was a pretty big bank, right? Wasn't it 38 parking places are being banked versus 15 that were being built?
Yes, it is a pretty big bank compared to what's being built.
Okay.
So that the idea was to provide flexibility. It's not a very large number in relationship to their total number of parking spaces on site, though.
Okay. What is that number? Do you know? Total number?
Dylan, do you have the total number of spaces on site?
Yes, let me get to that real quick. I believe it is 359.
I mean, that's close. 350 is close enough. I was just trying to get a rough number.
Yeah, I believe it's in the staff report. I just wanted to get you. It's around 3. The new number with the additional parking spaces would be 359.
Okay.
So let me get the actual.
So sorry, Judith, I didn't mean to jump on your question, and go ahead.
Yeah, my only other questions were, like, historically, what have the student increases been? It would be helpful for me to understand how that's evolved over time.
Dylan did some analysis of looking back at the previous reports. So we can provide additional information at the next meeting if you'd like to see that. You'll probably recall that a few years back before the pandemic, when their numbers were a little bit higher, then they were making some effort to reduce their numbers. And then they decided to come forward with this amendment instead of reducing their numbers further. So I can let them speak to that. But certainly as part of this discussion, if you let us know what information you're looking for, we can provide that.
Yeah, I'd be interested in looking at that and then looking at the percent from Portola Valley. There's, you know, the analyses we've looked at before and having a bring down on that, because how are we going to increase proportionally if we're looking to maintain representation? And I'm not looking for the data now. I just think it would be helpful to have that. That's it.
Thanks, Judith. Anne, did you have some questions?
Yeah, I do. What drove the choice of 44 students? Like, you know, why not 100 student increase? I did note that it got you under the CEQA limit. Is that what drove it?
I think that's really a question for the applicant, so that maybe they can speak to that in their presentation.
Or I can wait till then too. Okay. Yeah, that's all for the staff then.
Okay, Nicholas?
Yeah, my comments I think are similar to Judith, and it's really a baseline.
There you go.
Yeah,
Sure.
it's really is a kind of a baseline issue. So what was the school approved for back in, what, 68? What was the adjustment in 2006? What is the increase in number of buildings, surface area, that kind of issue? And then there was also, as you alluded to, back in 2019, the school was out of compliance with its numbers. And the Planning Commission asked that there be a memorialization and of a writing that would establish how the school was going to come into compliance. So I just went back and I checked the minutes. And I don't think we've seen that, but I'd like to see that as well. And whether the school is presently in compliance with the CUP.
Part of the complexity has been that the town accepted the average daily attendance reporting instead of the enrollment reporting. So it did create some confusion as we went back and tried to look at it. Some of our records, just to be candid, are not as detailed as we would like. So we can try to put together the information that you're requesting. I just don't know if it's going to be a perfect record.
Right, but you'll recall back in the last time when we, just before the pandemic, there was a question about being out of compliance. The Planning Commission determined that it was, and there was to be a writing to bring the school into compliance. I'd like to see that document. And I'd also like to see that, to the extent that the town has a record, because it's important, of course, to know where we've been and to be compliant with CEQA, to understand what our baseline is and how things have changed over time, given the fact that we are at the squeaky edge of what the number would be, assuming that the baseline is a ADA baseline from where we are right now. And that's interesting, cool, depends on a change of interpretation, but it'd also be interesting to know what things started off, what the baseline actually is. Otherwise, you of course have the problem of serial advancement, and a couple years from now we could have a 10% increase as well. and then we'll have a conversation about what the baseline is then as well. But so it'd be good to know where we started from.
Is that it, Nicholas?
Yep.
Thank you. I had a couple of, like, on this ADA, what's the most students that you could have if you're calculating on ADA?
Well, and I'll let Dylan speak to this too, but the calculation method is something that we want to make sure that the Planning Commission understands, because there might be different assumptions that go into calculating the ADA. So we want to make sure that we've got that clarified.
Right. So I guess the question I'm asking is, can you help clarify it, or you want to do that in the next meeting? Because I mean, I guess what I don't quite understand is, presumably there's an enrollment number where it's the total number of students that have signed up and paid for the quarter or the semester or whatever the unit is. And then there's how many show up on campus in a particular day. And my understanding is ADA is the number of people showing up in a particular day. But if you sign up more than that, which is presumably what you do, in theory, they could all show up. So the maximum is always the number of people you've enrolled. Is that the right way to think about it?
Well, the impacts that we would want to evaluate for a conditional use permit are going to be linked to the number of people that actually come. And so that's why ADA is commonly used for schools. And so it's used for schools to measure lots of different things, and public schools for funding. But I think it's typical to measure average daily attendance because that's the number of people that can actually have an impact on the community, traffic noise, things like that. So I think that we want to make sure we understand how they're calculating it, right? So that we can understand there is a worst case scenario day, maybe when there's no kids sick, right? Or nothing happens. But I think in education, it's pretty consistent that there's a certain amount of absences that they can calculate. So that's what we wanted to hear from them to make sure that, you know, the Planning Commission and the public understands that.
Right. I guess that's what I'm asking for. I'd like to understand what the maximum is as well as the ADA.
And I think the applicant should speak to that, not staff.
That's okay. I'm just trying to make sure I understand kind of how all those pieces fit together. So, okay, great. So unless there are other questions from the commissioners, I'll move on to the applicant's presentation. So who's presenting for the applicant?
Thanks very much. Yeah, I was gonna, Father Martin is gonna, kick us off here. So I'll let him speak first.
Great. Welcome.
Hi, thank you. Thanks for staying up so late. I just want to let you know that I have been here for 47 years at the Priory, and I can't imagine a more beautiful place to be living. And it's just a wonderful place. And in many ways, I think the Priory has grown up with the town. And over the years, especially the last 20 or so years, we've worked very well with the town. I think both have grown up well together. And I think that's a very important thing to remember. One of the things that I think is really important is you probably all know Tim Molak, who has served here for 30 years as head of the school. And of course, he retired a couple of years ago. And of course, last year we had COVID, which kind of fouled everything up. And so we have a new head of school, Patrick Ruff, who will be our presenter this evening. And he did a very wonderful job in picking up the charism that Tim had in his relationship with the town. And I think we made an absolutely perfect decision when we hired Patrick. And so I'd just like to welcome him to the town once again, and he'll give you his presentation. And thanks for staying up. And it's wonderful to see you all.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Padre. Yeah, thanks.
Sorry you had to be in the room to hear all that.
I know, right? I wish my mother could have heard that. That would have been good. I would have appreciated that. So, no, I'm grateful for the time. Really, as Father said, I'm new to the community and started last year in the height of the pandemic, and really this is one of the first things I inherited was the CUP and working with the town, So I'm just grateful that we have this meeting and this opportunity, to be together. Really what drew me to the Priory was our values, the clear values that really kind of ground our work and animate what we do every day. That in addition to the community, our campus, and really the opportunity to serve, this area with a very clear, balanced, values-based education. This is the fourth school in which I've worked, Los Angeles and Boston, San Francisco, and now here. And I'm just grateful to be in a place that has such clear values, but also to be in a place that is in a town that also, I think, really matches, those values. You heard our CUP and what we're looking for. We're looking for those existing portables to become permanent. They've been used for construction over the years, and we think that would be a good fit for us. We are looking for that modest increase in our student body, as well as, I think, converting to that, average daily attendance, that ADA, which is really how it's been managed or presented in the past, to the town. That gives us, I think, the financial viability to continue to be who we want to be and really allow us to, be the school that is values-based and allows us to support and serve the population that we do currently, but also gives us some flexibility to really accommodate, what we think is a changing landscape in education. As you rightly mentioned in some of the comments, we have been over our cap in recent years, and we certainly take full responsibility for this. We've always presented our numbers kind of honestly and in a forthright way to the town. We do that twice a year. And so we know that, we've been over, and the town certainly knows that too. When we did have the exceedance of our cap, that kind of 2019, I think Mr. Targ referenced that. Just a couple months later, we then filled out our application for the town requesting the cap be increased or our CUP be amended. We did actually in those 2 years, 17, 18, 18, 19, 19, 20, those two, 18, 19, 19, 20, we did accept less students, in our admissions process, yet we still had more that said yes. And that's a tricky one for us to control. So we did make some good faith efforts to reduce the number of students. We just had good yields, those years. And I think that speaks to, the town, but also I think speaks to Priory and what we're trying to do. The other area is the parking, and you heard Laura talk about that. And we certainly have a lot of flexibility on the parking. We do recognize that the study recommended 15 new spots, and we want to, offer those and plan for those. And we always want to keep our community safe and avoid the fire lanes, in other areas that, wouldn't be appropriate to park. So we recognize that as an important piece too. I think, for us, Priory, we are part of this town. I've seen that in just my short time here. I saw that a lot last year, when there were no students on campus, but yet we were able to keep, so many of our facilities open, particularly our athletic facilities, kind of in the open space trails on our community. And I was able to get to know and see so many neighbors, who came on and were able to use our facilities. And that was wonderful. Obviously, we've dealt with certain issues over the course of our time here, and we've worked to address them, and we'll continue to do that. That's never going to change. I think Tim did a great job of that, and certainly that's my goal too. We did recognize, this year, some challenges with our kind of drop off pickup. So we have used kind of Gambetta Lane or Gambetta Road, which is on, I guess that's on the southern part of our entry to our campus, to try and relieve some of the spillover or pressure on Portola Road. So we have, carpools dropping off and using that lane and coming out that way, as opposed to that kind of main entrance. But those are just some of the things that we do. We made that change about a month ago, so we're still seeing how that's playing out. I just think we see great value in this town. We love the rural small town feel. And that's, I think, why we've really tried to keep the 50 acres that we have as an open space. I think the buildings that we've put up, including the 6 new units, which brings our housing unit to 23, total of 23, really are trying to fit within not only our campus, but also within the town. So that there's a look and feel, that is consistent and beautiful. I think we've tried to be good stewards of our land. We really recognize the danger, the real danger of fire, and have tried to, support the town in that too, whether it's, thinning the trees, taking down the dead trees, really working on the vegetation, that's tree pruning or cutting of grasses that may be, harmful. So we've really tried to be kind of attentive to that as well. And then, I think we provide a wonderful private school option for, our neighbors in Portola Valley. Just over 20% of our student body is from Portola Valley, and we're proud of that. And we're going to work hard to continue to make that number grow, because we think this is a great option right here in this town to serve, this town, and not just through the education, but also through, providing values that we think are transformative. So we request respectfully that you approve the CUP amendment so that we can continue to thrive and we can continue to really contribute, to this community that we are just so honored and grateful and humbled to be a part of. I'm thrilled to be joined by, Father Martin. He's here. Kama Steinmetz, she's our attorney. She's on the line. Carter Ware also. He's a panelist. He's been our architect since the early 2000s and kind of really helped with our master plan. And we're certainly happy to answer any questions that you may have. But just grateful for your time, and we certainly know it's late. So we do need to wrap up before 9 a.m. That's when school starts. So that's the only thing we need to finish by 9 a.m.
Yeah, I promise we'll continue the hearing before 9.
Okay. All right.
Great. Thank you, Patrick.
Thank you.
So, commissioners, are any clarifying questions for the applicants? So, Ward, why don't you hang on? Let me ask the commissioners first. Ann, go ahead.
Yeah, back to what I tried to ask before, why did you pick 44 students? Could you accommodate 100 new students?
Yeah, we felt like for us, part of, I think, our culture, part of our education is to really, know, love, and support our students. So we felt like the number that we're proposing, an average daily attendance of 394, really allows us, well, first, I think our facilities can handle that number without looking to build new facilities. That's not what we want to do. But it also allows us to continue to be a size where we can, be financially viable, but yet we still maintain that small school feel. We like that, our students know each other, and that the freshmen, sophomores, juniors, and seniors all have relationships, and that they know our teachers and our teachers know them too. One of the most important things, not just in education, but in the mental health and wellness of students is that they have trusted adults or caring adults. And we think a school this size, with that 494 average daily attendance, still allows us to be that. And that's part of the increase in I know there's a question about staff and faculty. We're certainly not looking to add faculty at this time. That's not our goal. Staff, we've seen some growth in staff. Health and wellness is important, and we see more counselors and the need for more counselors. Obviously, diversity, equity, and inclusion has become an important area, not just for our school, but for our world. And so we've increased support there. Students with learning support needs, we've increased, support there. So we look at that staff as critical for us to support our students. So the number 394, and we used to be a maximum enrollment of 350. That's what the CUP amendment was in 2005. So that I think, Mr. Targ, is our baseline. I'll be honest, I was born before 1968, but I don't know what the number is, in 1968 when we first had the CUP, but 350 has been what we've been operating on since 2005. And we don't anticipate, we think that was been a good number for us for 17 years. And we anticipate maybe for the next 17 years, this will be a good number for us. Again, it fits our facility and it fits who we want to be as a school. We do not want to be a big school. We want to be a school where we can really support and serve and engage in the unique individual talents of our students.
Thanks.
Sure.
Other questions, Commissioner Judith?
Well, I'm just getting a very high level sense that there's a financial viability driver. But I'm not getting more information like increasing the population. I mean, we like the Priory, we want to support it generally, but I'm just not hearing enough of a rationale. So I guess going forward, I'd like to understand that more. I doubt you're prepared to talk to that tonight, and I'm not expecting it, but just in the interest of transparency, just looking to understand your situation more.
I'm happy to talk about that tonight. I'm prepared.
Okay.
So obviously, we generate our revenue through tuition. That's the only that and obviously, donations. But tuition is our number one revenue generator. And we just recognize the cost of education continuing to go up. And if we can continue to defray those costs with some extra students without changing the culture and climate and the charism of our community, then we would like to do that. That's certainly part of it. We're not going to add, like I said, we have one head of school, we have one, head of our upper school, one head of our middle school. So adding, 10 or 12 students isn't going to change that. Like that's not going to add, additional people in that way. So it does, provide us with some substantial, additional income without, again, changing the culture and climate or charism of who we are and what we are. So, even 10 students, our tuition is $52,000. So, we have about 17% of our students are on financial aid. So even if we looked at that, if we looked at those 10 students additionally, and had, 8 tuitions coming in, well, that's a substantial amount of money for us, $400,000. Which could be helpful for us if we just took away the 2 for financial aid. So, we also know that, the cost of paying our teachers continues to go up. The cost of living around here continues to go up. That's why we're thrilled to provide almost a quarter of our faculty and staff housing on campus. Obviously that cuts down on traffic coming in and out of Portola Valley and adds to, I think, what our community is. So I think, we see those numbers as important. And again, we're not looking to double the size of our school and be something that we're not. We just want to try and maximize what we have and recognize that, our tuition increases have been, we think, obviously any tuition increase is hard for all of our families. We recognize that, but between, 1% and 3%, 2% and 4%, the past few years, we would like to stay at that and for us to continue to pay teachers, what we think, they're worth, or to keep up with the cost of inflation. We think that this, this gives us some breathing room and flexibility, for us to do that.
And my only other question is the thoughts around serving the community and the 20% that you cited. And, if you're going to be soliciting more students, do you have a plan to address that? And if not, that's fine. I'll look for it next time.
You mean solicit more students from Portola Valley?
Yes.
Yeah, Judith, let me tell you, we would love to have many more students from Portola Valley. We think the Portola Valley students are outstanding. They're just tremendous. There's a great investment, when they live in this town, and there's great value. Their interaction within the school is great. So yeah, we're working hard, and I'm working hard to get out and meet more people, in Portola Valley so that they can, better understand, the gem that we are. I don't think we're hidden necessarily, but yeah, we're certainly actively working to, find as many as we can, within Portola Valley, because they're wonderful additions to our community.
Okay, thanks.
Sure, thank you.
Nicholas, do you have any questions? You're muted.
No, I mean, I think that the question, the Priory is a wonderful asset to the community. It contributes greatly. It's part of who the town is, the good stewards of the land. They treat faculty well. They're part of our housing element, thinking about them a lot these days. And there are a lot of kids who come up through Priory in town and who come to town. The questions I have are basically, what are the impacts going to be? Is this really appropriate for a CADX? Is it appropriate to use a baseline that appears to be moving and to have a number that is, respectfully, exactly on the money, to not have a level of environmental review, given a history of non-compliance and given an uncertain baseline. So I think that we'll know more about that when you hear back from the planning director in the coming meeting. But a good, strong, healthy Priory is a facet of a good, strong, healthy Portola Valley. Just the question really is one of process and identifying what impacts are and what it means. I don't have, I don't think anyone here can have a view as to what that means until we actually understand what the baseline is and what the impacts are.
Mr. Targ, I'm sorry, can you just tell me, I'm not quite understanding what do you mean by the baseline? What do you mean by that?
So presently, your application is seeking to be exempted from the California Environmental Quality Act.
Yeah, sorry.
And so the question is, what are the impacts of the expansion of your school? And from an environmental standpoint, we won't know that unless we won't know that unless there is an additional set of analysis that's performed, and that may or may not be appropriate depending on what the baseline is that we're using. So the number 44 for the expansion, as I understand, and planning director, you'll correct me, is gets you up to the tippity top if you use an ADA kind of analysis. Carter, I see you shaking your head, so I want the planning director to respond. I want the planning director to respond first, and then she can call you in through the chair. But as I was reading the staff report, it creates the number 44 is pretty close to a magic number to place one at 10% of the of growth. And planning director, am I misreading staff report here? And I'm happy to be corrected, but
I don't know if Dylan is able to speak to this. I cannot, because I haven't looked at those numbers in that way that you're talking about personally. We did also have a consultant planner that was working on this before. So Dylan has been getting up to speed on the project, but I don't know if Dylan can speak to this right now.
So anyway, so that was the head of school. That was the issue that I was looking at. Now, it's one of these things. It's a good, strong, healthy Priory is fabulous. And the question is, what is the appropriate process? How do we examine it? From what is the baseline from which we examine it? Does that suggest a different process? What is the degree of scrutiny? As any project that we review, what does it go through? And we had exactly the same, or we had a different question, but similar about what the appropriate CEQA pathway was for the matter that just finished up prior to yours. And it took us a little while to figure it out. Ultimately, it was determined that a CADX was appropriate. And here, this is an open issue in my mind.
Yeah, fair. I think when we surface this and go through the process, I think, you know, in the coming days, yeah, you'll get a sense that we're below that threshold and that number with our percentage increase. So, but I think that's a great process to go through. I think we'll surface the numbers and get the baseline, and I think it'll become clear what we need to do. But grateful that you see that and we think that too. A healthy Portola Valley is great for Priory also. So that's why we're grateful to be partners.
Great.
Thanks, Nicholas. So I guess my concerns are similar to Nicholas in terms of impact and traffic and the like. So I'll certainly be looking for more information on that. One question I had is on this sort of ADA versus maximum number of students, because I understand that in theory, ADA is the number of students that show up that day, but that's not the maximum number of the students that could show up. So in this process, are we going to get a total enrollment number as well as an ADA number?
No, I think our thought is that we have an average daily attendance. Well, in theory, I guess everybody could show up. You know, we have years and years and years of data that show that's never happened. So yes, in theory, it could happen, but it has not happened. So, you know, when we go back, we look at the numbers, approximately 92, 93, 94%. You know, that's what the average daily attendance is. And again, we look at the entire year, right? So it's the total number of students present, you know, by the total number of students enrolled, right? So you got it exactly right, Mr. Taylor. It's that simple. But we have great data, you know, years of data, you know, that give us a pretty good sense of that 92, 93% average daily attendance, you know, a year. So, and we think that's a good number because that's actually who's on our campus.
Okay, well, like I said, I'll be interested to sort of, you know, better see those numbers because, you know, I also do care about impact on a particular day, and average over a year is just that, it's an average. So
yeah, no, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
If I may, through the chair, related to Commissioner Tark's question in terms of baseline, I was wanting to just get a more, ask a clarifying question on in terms of what time frame or range should I use to determine baseline in the sense of if the assumption is that the 350 was established in 2005, should I use that up into present to determine baseline, or is there a certain snapshot that I should use in that analysis? I just wanted to clarify what approach I should take, or what would be.
It's a fabulous question, and ain't that exactly the question, right? So I think that we probably, and it's compounded by the fact that the CUP was established prior to CEQA, so there isn't a CEQA baseline that you can look back to. I think that the answer is we should probably look at a couple of different baselines.
Okay.
And then, you know, as I'm sure will become clear, and I know Mr. Warr and Camus will have views on this as well as our town attorney. There are a variety of different baselines that can be looked at, and certainly would welcome the recommendations of staff and the understanding given the flexibility that the lead agency has in making that determination.
All right. Thank you for clarifying.
Carter, do you have a comment?
Yes, I've got some comments and maybe some answers to a couple of other questions that have come up. So the first question that came up, came up in your original questions to staff, Judith, where you were asking about, some history. And since I have been the architect and, master plan architect for the Priory since '99, I think I can give, a little bit of history, out of the 65 years, the Priory's been in existence. The effort, starting in '99 and culminating with the 2005 use permit amendment was to create a long-range master plan, that we're in, the waning stages of that, where we anticipated, some growth in population. We anticipated some growth, in funding, and we were, dealing with, a subdivision, at the Priory that, created the 3 lots, at the top of the property and the permanent open space easements, that, the town benefits from significantly. But that long-range master plan, was included visions of things that included the Performing Arts Center. It envisioned, the music, department. It envisioned, the creation of, affordable housing. It envisioned a stream building that wasn't as big as, as finally was approved, but, there was, some forward thinking, that, looked at, a plan of 2, 3, 5, 15, and 20 years, and we're at 17 years now, with that master plan. So there was an approval, in 2005 of future parking, and future buildings, that didn't have designs that, created a pathway, for the Priory to have, a confident future, in their fundraising, in their fundraising for their foundation, and in order to secure a future with, with new students moving forward, so there's a precedent with the previous, COP amendment, to approve things that weren't needed now, but were envisioned, to give confidence to the Priory, because the COP process, takes a lot of time and a lot of effort, a lot of money, and we're trying to see a way of putting some of these pieces, kind of on the chessboard so that you can, see what you can do with them, similar to the way that we're thinking about the parking. The reason that there's so much parking, planned is that, parking is kind of cyclical, through the year and through the day. Because of the difficult topography on the site, there are times when everyone wants to park, at the top of the site, and other times when everyone wants to park at the bottom of the site, and there's a lot of, spaces that are vacant, in other spaces, so locating that parking, so that, we have more than we actually need, is something that, that helps make sense. There's also additional floor area that's still, a part of, the Priory's master plan, both in housing and athletic facilities, that we've got some parking in reserve, for those spaces. As far as the numbers, Nicholas, Dylan in his initial presentation, I think, gave a clear picture, of where the CEQA limit is, at 25% for, for school facilities. And the current, application at 44, from 350 is 12.5%, not the 25%. So it's far, it's less than half, or it's about half, of what, would potentially be available, as a CEQA exemption. And the reason that, the town has studied, the parking issues is that's principally where, the offsite impact, would be for additional students, because the onsite impact, is creating 15 parking spaces. We're not asking for any new facilities. The buildings that we're asking to keep on site have been on site, since 1996 when those original portables, came to the site. So it's part of the Benedictine attitude is to preserve and protect. And those buildings, as much as I'd like them to go away, the Priory would like to preserve and keep. But and as far as the baseline is concerned, the baseline that the town approved, with the 2005 use permit, would seem to be an appropriate place to start, rather than looking further back, because that was, it has been in place now for 17 years and seems to have worked very, very effectively.
Thank you, Carter. All right, commissioners, are there any other questions for the applicant before I open it up to the public?
I have maybe one or two more.
Okay.
I understood that on this average daily attendance, you have numbers of like 92 to 94% now. Is there any chance, like if the world changed, that average attendance could drop to 87? Like there's a pandemic or something, people get sick. And then would you increase, if you saw that lower level for a year or two, you could then increase your enrollment? Is that true? Or how it works?
And I guess that's theoretically possible. That's certainly not our plan. That's not what we would do. But I guess theoretically that is possible. We see great value in the relationships that our students have with each other and the faculty members, and it's not the virtual relationships, right? It's the ones that happen in person, when eyes meet, face to face. So we want to encourage that. So we do recognize that there might be moments where students need to access us virtually, and a virtual education could be part of some form of Priory, but that's not what our focus is, or really what our business is. So it's not like we're trying to have another 400 students or 394 students online somewhere doing a Priory education. That's not our goal. Our goal is to, as we said, to go from that 350, take it up 12.5% to that 394, which again, we think fits within our facilities and fits within who we want to be as a school. We like our size, we like what we're doing. And we think, again, it just fits with who we are. And I think quite frankly, who this town is too.
Thanks. Okay, that's all my questions.
Thanks.
Okay. All right, any other questions? All right, let me open it up to public comment. Virginia Huffman, you're on.
All right, I need to, let me switch roles real quick. Hold on one second.
Okay, great.
Welcome, Virginia.
Thank you. So my husband and I, Scott, have lived in Portola Valley with our children for 8 years. I've lived in the Bay Area all my life. Our daughter is a junior at Woodside Priory and our son is a senior. And my kids have thrived there. And as a family, we have completely thrived in that community. Priory definitely adds value to Portola Valley, and it adds value to individuals who go to the school. But more importantly, I think that having worked in communities of need like East Palo Alto, Priory adds value to people who are outside the community and who cannot afford to go to schools like Priory. To me, that's one of the big values that Priory adds, is that we add people of color, we add people of diversity to our community. And I think that we need to think about that. I think we're talking about parking spaces, we're talking about very minute details of adding 44 people to our school and parking spaces. I think that's small compared to what we're adding to other people's lives. So I think we need to think outside the box. I get that you guys are a committee and you guys need to talk about, issues that are important and numbers and quality of life, but I think that you need to think about what we're adding as a community. I think that adding 44 students makes a bigger impact in our community than it does on our driving. If you think about it, the students who drive to school, I've driven my kids to school, now they drive themselves. There's a little bit of traffic in the morning. There's a little bit of traffic at night. It's not that big. I think I looked at the numbers. It looked like it said 1 to 2% increase in traffic. That's really small compared to like looking at Alpine Inn and the traffic that's there on the weekend and how that impacts us driving in and out. Really, the impact is minimal, for that. In terms of like environmental impact, I can't imagine how it would negatively impact our community that much. So I just think that we're, definitely for Priory and what they're doing. It's very important to our community and to our families.
That it?
That's it. Thank you.
Great. Yeah, no, thank you. Thank you, Virginia. All right, Janie Ward, you're up next. Welcome, Janie.
Hello. I am very grateful to, I've been sitting in these meetings for the last 4.5 hours, I think. And I'm very grateful for the town and the committee. And thank you for all of you who have given your time tonight. I think it's been said very well by Patrick and Father Martin that this school serves the community, and we are very happy to do so. And I'm very grateful to be a part of it. So guys, thanks for you've got to be so tired at this point. Good night.
Thank you, Janie. David Karstad, you're up next. Welcome, David.
Great, thank you. And thank you for allowing me to address the Planning Commission. Also, as the prior speaker said, for your work, and as I've learned tonight, your stamina. I'm a 20-year resident of Portola Valley, and I have a sophomore at Woodside Priory, so really rolls into that 20% of Priory residents that are at our Portola Valley residents that are at the Priory. We've always felt like the Priory is a special place and a real treasure for Portola Valley. And the Priory's always been a good neighbor to Portola Valley residents. And in fact, I think Patrick was being a little modest when the COVID pandemic hit. I had a number of people who knew I was associated with the Priory say what a gift it was to be able to use the campus, use the track, and really made an impact in the community. As it relates to the amendment, especially listening to the prior presentation, from my perspective, it doesn't seem like there's any problems or issues. I think in the past, if there has been problems or issues, it's always been something that the Priory was very respectful, attentive, and responsive to any issues that arose. Looking at it, the parking increase seems fairly modest given what we're looking to do. Noise doesn't seem to be an issue at all. Also, as was mentioned earlier, the traffic study conducted by a town contracted agency indicated that the amendments to the CUP should not cause any issues with traffic. So that shouldn't be an issue either. So I would ask your consideration to please approve the Priory's request for a nominal increase in enrollment that will allow the school to continue to thrive and continue to be a good neighbor for all of us in Portola Valley. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Peter Drager, you're up next.
Can you hear me?
I can. Welcome.
Wonderful. Thank you. Yes, Peter Drager, and thank you, members of the Planning Commission, for allowing me to speak. I want to say thanks to the Priory. Portola Valley isn't only an elite, privileged, and exclusive community serving only elite, privileged students. I'm amazed and thrilled with all the Priory can do today. I attended Priory when financial conditions were a real existential issue. I had 18 students in my class. If not for the partnership that Priory with St. Anselm's College in the 70s and the conservative growth in enrollment, we wouldn't be here today discussing anything about the Priory. But the school that didn't just give lip service to educating the whole person, the school I credit with encouraging in me an open mind about spirituality and lifelong love of physical fitness and providing me post-secondary opportunities. It's not just surviving, but it's thriving. As a Portola Valley resident, I am deeply committed to the Priory. I was married in its chapel, and I went on to educate my 3 children there. 18 students per grade level is, of course, not sustainable. But at a time when the Priory has allowed enrollment that is at best 20% of a typical private high school in the area, I believe it's a minor miracle the Priory continues to present a mixed and diverse student body, which offers a fair amount of financial needs scholarships. The modest increase in enrollment is not just beneficial to Priory. Our local students at Priory have better opportunities to study with and understand students of more limited means. No less gifted are these students, but so much more gifted are all that are in that environment. The school has many teachers that live on its campus and do not commute. The school has students that live on campus and do not commute. Still, its enrollment is severely limited. I know that the school doesn't say that it is, but I believe it is. I hope we can provide this small aid to a school that has opened its doors to public events, sporting matches on its fields, provided relief from housing element numbers. I hope you'll support an institution that's done so much for our community. Thanks.
Thank you, Peter. So before I call on the next member of the public, one thing I'd like to remind people is we're going to have a second meeting on this. And what we're really looking for now is what information we can get to the planning staff so that at the next meeting, we can have a full discussion. So to the degree you can limit your comments, I appreciate that, you know, people who are getting on love the Priory, and that's great. I would ask that you might consider doing that at the next meeting, because at some point we're going to run out of time tonight and have to continue this, and we won't get the information to the planning staff that they need, which means we may have to continue it one beyond that. So to the degree you can keep your comments really limited or just make your comments at the next meeting, I think that would be greatly appreciated. So with that, let me call Jose.
Hello.
Hi, welcome.
Can you hear me?
Jose.
Thank you. So I won't go into all the values that the Priory brings to Portola Valley, which I agree with. My main issue is around traffic. The 44 students will basically add 44 drive-ins in the morning to start school and 44 drive-outs at the end when the school's over. That's a total of 88 trips per day. And if they were getting dropped off, that means that it's twice that much because you have somebody dropping them off and going back out again. Having a single point of entry to the Priory is a traffic bottleneck. And there's cars waiting to come into the Priory in the morning and in the afternoon, not to mention during special events. I'd like to see more clarity around this 1 to 3% that was stated as not impacting traffic in Portola Road. And that if I just do a quick math, 3% of 44 students would say that the vehicle traffic would be 2,900 vehicles. And that definitely does not happen in the concentrated time in the morning and in the concentrated time in the afternoon. A 1% would be 8,800 vehicle traffic. And again, that doesn't happen during that time. So it's an apples to oranges comparison of comparing the volume traffic in the morning and volume traffic in the afternoon versus a average daily traffic, which is the 2,900 or 8,800 number, whichever one is the right number. So my thinking is somehow we need to manage the traffic going into the Priory. And I have seen it done successfully around Ormondale, where there's a one-way traffic to get the parents to come through and be able to drop off the kids, and then they continue on their way on the one-way streets. Perhaps that could be done in the Priory to turn in the main entrance one way in, and then traffic can go out in Gambetta Lane or some scheme like that to really ease the traffic flow in and out of the Priory.
Is that it?
That's it. That's it.
Great. Thank you. Pilar, you're up next. Welcome.
Here we go. Thank you. So I have two daughters at Priory. I have been a resident of Portola Valley since 1986 and have seen a lot of change. And Priory works on sustainability. They maintain, to fire code. They offer a diverse global community to our residents. 21% of the students live in Portola Valley. In regards to traffic, I believe the 44 student increase, a quarter of those would be boarders, so they would not be commuting. And also, I think that as a planning commission, we need to address the whole town of Portola Valley. We just approved 30 cars per hour going to a winery drinking alcohol. And here we have families bringing students to learn values and morals, and to receive an education that is unparalleled among the schools around the neighborhood. So I would hope that the commission would consider, all of Portola Valley and the traffic, and not just this in isolation, as it enriches our community. Thank you for hearing me.
Thank you. So Laura, I wanted to ask, we still have 6 people with their hands up at 3 minutes each. It's going to be after 11:30. At some point, we're going to have to continue this hearing. So what's the right path from here to a continuation?
I would recommend that you hear the people that do have their hands up because they've made the effort to participate in the public hearing.
Agreed.
And then the planning commission at that point can make a decision about continuing the item.
Okay, without giving you much more information, potentially.
Well, let's see how these comments go, right? And then, you can make a decision about how you wish to handle that.
Okay. Okay, so 7562, you're up. I think this is Caroline again.
Thank you very much. I will keep it brief. The Priory is a wonderful school and has great values for Portola Valley, but like Jose, we're among several residents who have raised issues even before 2019, when the same consultant, Kripke, started his study. We have met at all the meetings and have even proposed solutions to the current traffic problems that there are, and nothing has been done. And then we had the multifamily housing that was built on Gambetta, and so there was no traffic report for that. So please keep in mind, besides the 44 students that will be added, we will have extra staff, as was said before. So really, I appreciate all the data that you're requesting because it's a huge impact. Thank you.
Thank you, Caroline. Rita Combs, you're up next. Okay, hang on a sec. Yeah.
Okay, finally. I just want to start off. How many people are still in the meeting, Craig?
At the moment, 30. And we've
Okay.
got this little thing, we try to keep it up to date. It says 37, but we're down to 30.
Well, that's okay. We can't see it. And I know it's late, but it doesn't take away from how important this is for the Priory, for our town. If I wish it was 7:30 p.m. that we're talking right now, but it's not. And my 2 cents on the Priory is just, I finally got a chance to go through the campus. It's a beautiful campus, and got to see those 6 units that they just built for the employees. And they seem to be a good partner for our town. And I don't think we should nitpick them, and it, they've done fire mitigation, they've done a lot of different things, and I think we need to look out for who's a good partner for our town. Thank you.
Thank you, Rita. So Craig, you're up next.
Okay, I just unmuted. Can you hear me?
I can. Welcome.
Okay, great. So I'm going to try and keep this as brief as possible. So
we did get your written comments as well. So if you could just summarize, or if you have additional stuff.
okay, so I won't go ahead and summarize what I submitted because you can look at it.
Okay.
So I did want to just offer a couple of comments, and they're very brief. One is I think it is a good idea to keep data on enrollment and ADA. I think that's important, and keep it for the daily students and the boarding students. Traffic has been a problem for me. I live close to Priory, and it does back up from time to time, and strange things happen with backed up traffic. And I think I'm going to limit my comments to that, with the idea that I can submit written ones, which are you can review at your leisure, if you will. Last thing I want to say is I really do appreciate the time you're taking tonight. This is an important issue. Thank you.
Thank you. And yeah, we certainly read everything that you send in, and there will be another, continuation of this hearing that you have more opportunity to speak as well. So JSY, you're up.
Hi, this is Bill Ustra.
Welcome, Bill.
Thank you. Thank you so much for everything you guys are all doing. And, I do agree with other sentiments that the Priory really is just the jewel of this community. And for us, for our family here of 6, we made use of the field before we even knew anything about the Priory. When I remember my oldest was in the 5th grade using the field, and then 5 years later, he was a student there, or I guess 4 years later, he was a student there. Anyhow, so we benefited. All 4 of our Portola Valley boys have gone through that school, as have our neighbors. So I just can't think of an organization, any entity in this town, sort of more deserving of our trust in their intentions and their discretion, and kind of worthy of the benefit of the doubt when it comes to, tossing more procedures in front of them, or more hurdles, or more studies, that the taxpayers or the schools are paying for. I think somebody used the word nitpicky, and yeah, I think that's right. I think as a community member and taxpayer, I feel like these guys are great partners. And anyhow, the one other point I'll speak to is on the traffic. So I still have a junior there, and so I drive in every morning. And I know the Priory's implemented some mitigation just in the last month, I believe, to address some of the comments folks have made. And so I every day am essentially a focus group of what's going on here. And the mitigations seem to have made a decent difference, a real difference. I've not seen a backup since. And further, someone had commented on 44 students equaling 44 drive-ins and 88 trips. We know that, of course, someone mentioned that there's boarding students are a piece of that. But again, I've got a family, I had 4 boys, and we had 4 kids in the car driving to the Priory at times. Other times the kids ride their bikes, and sometimes they walk home, and sometimes they walk there when, something's going on. So it's not, it requires a bit more nuance. And again, this is where I would advocate for the Priory as just a great partner and an entity to be trusted with their intentions and the spirit of partnership that they've engaged with for these many years. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Mike and Jennifer, you're up next.
Hi, good evening. Thank you, everyone. So we are 10-year Portola Valley local residents. And so as a neighbor, I just want to thank the Priory and say there's really no better community to have, a block away from us, from the cross-country team running by on trails or attending local theater events. It's just a jewel of the community. But for the last 3 years, we've been proud parents and have an 8th grader at the school. And I just want to mention that with all the talk of numbers and parking and planning space, our son has walked or biked to school every single day for 3 years, pandemic aside. We have never done a single car trip. And I think as many folks know, Portola Valley doesn't really have a local high school option. And so it's not a net zero traffic decision. We would be driving through Portola Valley to Woodside or to Bellarmine or to St. Francis, and that is a nasty commute. So thank you to have an option that is so close to us and part of our community. I also know firsthand, Priority turns away an amazing number of deserving students every year. It must be an impossible decision to look at all the applicants and say which handful of students are deserving of this education. And so when I hear 44 students, I think those are 44 students just like our son that would not be getting in if this commission doesn't expand the school. So please don't look at that as just a number. Look at that as experiences of people like myself, my wife, and our family. And so finally, in closing, if your plan is 1 year, plant rice, for which I would say grow grapes. If your plan is 10 years, plant trees. And if your plan is 100 years, build schools. So thank you to Father Martin, thank you to Patrick, and thank you to the commission, and thank you to the Priory community.
Thank you, Mike. Mike, you're up next.
Okay, good evening. Thank you. My name is Mike Mathia, and we live here in town. We have 3 kids. They went through Windmill and Ormondale and TMS, and now I have a 6th grader at Priory. First, I wanted to speak to the concerns about CEQA, and I'm confident the Priory will work with their consultants to support the CUP. Whether it's through mitigation efforts, there are solutions out there, and I'm absolutely confident in their team. With respect to that comment about 44 students, not to echo some of the other comments, from a practical standpoint, I can't speak to a traffic consultant's interpretation. I don't agree with it. My daughter rides her bike to school frequently. I accompany her. The bike racks are full. I would like to see more bike trails in town, but that's another issue. I would really appreciate staff and the commission to support the CUP and through this process, and to look at the bigger picture. You know, whether private or public, schools are the core of this town. I appreciate your time and letting me speak after waiting 4.5 hours. I applaud your stamina. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mike. All right, are there any other public comments? All right, so Rita, again, you've already commented once, so could you just send your comments in writing? Because it is now after 11:30 and I'd like to move on. So is there anybody who hasn't spoken? All right, so with that, I'm going to close the public comment and bring it back to the commission. So commissioners, it is 11:30. I don't know about you guys, but I'm pretty burned out. So whatever we do, at least for me, it's got to be pretty limited at this point.
I am. This is way past my bedtime. Okay.
Yeah,
But
no, I'm with you.
I
So-
want to. I do want to make these things more efficient. I would like to bring up one topic I have, because if I could bring it up now, I think there's other people that could go collect information such that our next meeting might be closer to a decision.
Okay. So what do you want? You want to just bring your issues up so that, because I mean, I think that's the goal of tonight, is to get the planning staff the, information that the commissioners want for the next meeting, so that ideally, when we continue the hearing, we'll actually get a draft resolution that, maybe we have to tweak a little bit, but we could move forward on, versus having to continue it to a third meeting.
Yeah.
So go ahead.
So I think maybe, yeah, if we just go around and bring our top level thing that, eventually needs to get addressed. And mine is, I don't drive that way very much, but I did drive down Portola Road somewhere. And I wish I knew which day. It was around 3 or 4 weeks ago. So it could be before this transition, but I thought it was really unsafe. I hated what I saw. And for those of you that haven't driven there, you come down Portola Road, I was going from Alpine, people want to turn into the Priory. There's so many cars that they can't fit in. It's not really a right-hand turn lane, but there's a way to scooch over. But then it's out into the main road. So the traffic stops. You couldn't go on Portola Road right then. So, and then there's cars coming the other way trying to turn left. Then cars in the lane I was, once they get close enough that they can squeeze by the right turning cars, they start squeezing by. So now you've got them going straight with these cars coming this way, trying to go left, cars trying to come out of the Priory, right? I really hated it. I just want to be firm about this. If I can't see my way to a solution, not just now, but with the addition of the extra cars, that this doesn't happen, it's going to be hard for me to get to the point of approving this. The traffic consultant wrote, the percentage increase is only 1 to 3%, and I'm glad to have that number. But this is a very nonlinear problem, right? It's the kind of thing that's fine, till it's not fine, it's horrible, it's a mess. So I'd love to have the school or the traffic consultant talk about what the underlying issue is, because then it would help me understand if the solution is both going to fix it now. I mean, I can just go, oh, by the way, I went out this morning, because then we had the CUP coming up and it was no problem. I didn't see. But I'd love to understand the real core of the issue, and then maybe what the traffic consultant knows about these nonlinear problems and how we can think about, I mean, even a small number of cars, I'm afraid, can tip things back to a bad state, right? Okay, so that's my one and big issue.
Okay, great. Yeah, so maybe for planning staff, at the next meeting, we can have a little more information from the traffic consultant, and maybe the applicant can basically come up with some kind of traffic plan. It sounds like they've implemented this Gambetti sort of thing as a temporary thing, and maybe we can get some analysis around that would give people some assurance that we wouldn't have Ann's situation.
And at the time I wasn't sure if maybe I just went on just a single bad day, but I did hear enough other comments that I think it must happen. It used to happen, at least. Other people have seen this too.
Yeah. Mr. Taylor, we have the traffic consultant here tonight. Is it possible for him to speak to that?
No, it's too late. We're going to just give the staff the information that they need to get this to the next meeting. But I mean, like I said, it's 11:35 now, and I've got 2 more commissioners to speak, and then we still have things in our agenda. So I'm not going to take any more sort of ongoing discussion, but I would like, if you guys can prepare to bring that to the next meeting, that would be great.
Oh, Craig, if it was up to me, I'd love to hear from the traffic consultant just for a few minutes.
Okay, well, I'd like to hear from the other commissioners. Let's see how much more, because again, this is getting, to my mind, this is getting to be unreasonably late. Like anytime we pass 11:30, I think it's time to continue something. So I'm not looking to add more stuff. It's not going to make this process any better. And I know for me personally, it's not going to make me feel any better about this application. So I don't think it serves anybody well to keep pushing. So Nicholas, do you have some top level concerns other than the ones that you brought up with the sort of baseline stuff?
Yeah, so first, again, I wanted to figure out what the baseline story is. As Carter noted, the number is 25%, not 10. It's 10 classrooms. So I appreciate that note as well. I don't know how to think about ADA in the context of a CEQA. People shouldn't think that this as treating a partner well or poorly. We're treating our partner in accordance with the law. and what we need to do. We treat everybody well and fairly in a deliberative process. So I heard people say, come on, give them a break. They're good guys. And everybody does, in fact, love the Priory. But there is a process and that everybody is following. The impact here, in all likelihood, is traffic. Trying to understand what it is at an intersection is important. Making sure that we're following the right process is important. I'm interested in where we've been. Planning Commission has visited the issue of population and attendance at the Priory before. I'd like to follow up and understand how that issue was resolved, given the direction that we had provided at the next meeting as well. So just in sum, trying to figure out what our baseline numbers are. 2, how ADA is actually taken into consideration. 3, what the traffic story is independent at the intersection to ensure that we've got a good and free flow of traffic. And then finally, how the issue, and it does go to the issue of baseline, how the issue of compliance was handled in writing, as the full Planning Commission unanimously requested that it be worked out in writing with Priory and the town.
Great, thank you. Judith? You're muted you don't seem to be muted, but we can't hear you.
It's my secret mute. Can you hear me?
Good.
Okay. I don't have anything else beside what my other commissioners have requested. I do want to be clear, there's no doubt that the Priory is a valued asset in the community. And there's also no doubt that we see applications and apply the same process, and it will get there, but we need to do it with enough information. And that's what we're doing tonight, is just clarifying what information would be helpful to enable a fulsome discussion. And, it's 2:30 in the morning for me here. So I would really not absorb any more information tonight, but I'll be fresh and ready to go at the next session.
Perfect. Okay, thank you. Yeah, and I just want to echo those comments. I mean, I think the planning staff has enough information, and we certainly do look at the Priory as a trusted member of our community, and we're looking forward to following through this process. So Laura, does that give you what you need? You guys got enough notes between you and Dylan to move forward?
Yes, it's very helpful.
Okay. So my last question then to you is, the proposal was to continue this to a date certain on the 15th. Are you going to have time to get all the information that we've asked for? Because, what I don't want to do is I don't want to have another one of these things where we're doing these sort of 3-week, jumping over hoops, and we're barely getting stuff out in time for people to deal with it. So are you comfortable with the 15th still?
I think we should do the 15th, and we'll do our best to get you the information that you've requested. If you decide that that's not enough to be able to make a decision, we can go from there.
Okay.
But I think we should go ahead and continue it to the 15th.
Okay.
And can I just maybe ask my commissioners, if you think of something in the next few days that will be important to making a decision, let the staff know that, right? So that we don't at the next meeting have sort of high level topics that come up that send us to yet another meeting and another meeting.
Yeah, that's a good comment. So yeah, if other things come up, please let Laura know. Okay, with that, I would entertain a motion to continue this hearing to a date certain of December 15th.
So moved.
Okay, I'm going to give this one to Judith.
Then I second it.
And I'll give the second to Nicholas.
All right.
Any discussion? All right, Laura, would you do the roll call, please?
Commissioner Haskell?
Aye.
Commissioner Targ?
Aye.
Vice Chair Koff-Sill?
Aye.
Chair Taylor?
Aye. So Patrick, thank you for your presentation, and thank you for hanging in there with us.
Yeah, no, thanks. It's good to meet you all. Look forward to seeing you in person.
Yeah,
Thank you.
amen. All right.
Good night, everybody.
Night. Thanks.
Thanks for
Right, so
coming, Paul.
hopefully
We appreciate it.
What's left on the agenda is going to be fast. So are there any commission or staff reports?
The only staff report is that the town council will be considering an urgency ordinance for SB 9 on December 8th.
Okay. Anybody else? All right. Any public comment on that one comment? All right, seeing none. Let me close those out. Approval for the minutes. We didn't get the minutes from the transcriber, so that's why they weren't in our packet. So there are no minutes to approve. So with that, John's already gone on to wine. With that, I would, yeah, no, you're all, it's all good. I would entertain a motion to adjourn. I think this should go to Judith. It's 2:30 in the morning for her.
Yeah, I will move to adjourn.
Okay, second?
Second.
Excellent. All in favor?
Aye.
Excellent. All right, well, thank you, everybody, and thank you for the people who are still in the public attending for hanging in there with us. And we'll see everybody on the 15th.
Nice done, Craig.
Good night,
Thank you.
all.
Good night.
Bye.